We'll get started. We'll call the June 16th, 2020 full city council meeting together. The clerk will call the roll to record attendance.
Anderson Burgos.
I'm here.
Gartley. Graney.
Here.
Hernandez.
Here.
Leahy.
I'm present.
LeBron Martinez.
Here.
Lisi.
Here.
McGee.
Here.
McGivern.
Here.
Murphy.
Here.
Sullivan.
Here.
Paulman.
Here.
Bacon.
Here.
Before we get started, I just got unfortunately, a sad piece of news that just came across, and he is on with us right now. It's Councilor Anderson Burgos, a member of his family. He just lost a member of his family today. Yeah, Councilor Anderson Burgos.
So, this young girl, I've known her since she was a baby, and she was the officer that died yesterday morning in Connecticut.
Oh.
She was killed in a motorcycle accident, and so I'm sorry, I'm just not showing my picture because I'm trying to keep it together. So I just want a moment of silence for this girl.
Absolutely, Councilor Anderson Burgos. I'd ask members for a moment of silence, please. Thank you.
Sorry.
Very sorry, Counselor. I know it's a tough time. We understand if whatever you have to do tonight, Counselor. We all understand, and our thoughts and prayers are with you. If you need anything, as you always know, you can contact any of us, and we'll be there for you. Laid on the table, item 1 was from the Office of Community Development, amended annual plan legal notice CARES Act, CDBG/GV funds and spreadsheet. I know that was tabled. People wanted follow-up information. I think everyone did receive that. Councilor Bartley is here. Welcome, Councilor Bartley. Would there be a motion for this?
Mr. President, where'd you go? Where'd he go?
He's here. I'm right here. I'm right here.
Just disappeared.
I dropped stuff. I was picking it up.
Hi.
Okay.
Kids ran in. But Councilor Bartley.
Sure. I tabled this, moved the table last time, but so I'll make a motion to take it off the table for purpose of discussion.
I'll second.
So motion is to take it off the table. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Councilor Bartley.
Sure. I hope that everybody's had a chance to review it. It's you know, this is not the way we do things, but this is kind of an unusual time. I really don't have too many answers beyond what we have in the updated spreadsheet. I mean, has everyone had a chance to look at it?
Yep.
Okay. Right. So I just for the public, it looks like there's a I mean, I'll just point out some of the, I guess, highlights. So there was money for 190,000 that are allocated by CAC for rental assistance. The mayor put that to zero. The Department of Public Works requested a sizable sum for a bike and pedestrian pathways. The mayor put that at 135. There's $150,000 for the mayor proposed for small business and micro enterprise grants. I mean, I don't really see how we can argue with that. The CAC put zero, but I think the mayor would be more right than wrong on this one. And then Board of Health, for a pandemic response, the mayor has it at 162,885. Community masks, 21,500. So that's the one that the mayor and the CAC agreed on. Boys and Girls Club supported with 25,000. Girls Inc. 2,500. Greater Holyoke YMCA, deep cleaning equipment at daycare center, 7,108. There's funds for Stavros for meals delivered to persons with disabilities, 5,700. Western Mass Elder Care, Meals on Wheels, 44,000. Holyoke Boys and Girls Club dinner program, 30,000. Chamber of Commerce Farmers Market SNAP Match program, 4,500. Holyoke COA, 18,000. Chromebooks. I mean, so as you scan down through this, you can, the mayor, as the mayor's prerogative, as we all know this, and in my time on the what was the redevelopment committee and now is the DGR committee, and it's kind of a splash of cold water when you first get on that committee to realize you go through all that effort. But I think looking through this, I think that the CAC should be complimented. I think the mayor should be credited. I think he did a pretty fair job, the mayor and his staff. And I think the last thing I'll point out, Mr. President, and then we could take a motion. And I think the appropriate motion is to recommend approval. And we'll just, but it's unclear to me why the OCD office put in admin fees that were double what the mayor approved. So the mayor basically cut that in half. And so that was, that would be something if we had a little more time to discuss. I would want to hear a little more from the OCD staff. I mean, they usually pretty much play it right by the book, Mr. President. So because they're really required to pursuant to federal guidelines. I guess that's the one line item that I would potentially question. The rest of it, it looks pretty straightforward. And this time in need, I think we can thank our friends in the federal government and move this forward. So that's my take. Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilor Murphy?
Yeah, and thank you, Mr. President. And I agree with many of the things that Councilor Bartley said, but I would like to make a few amendments, or at least motions for amendments if I can. I've communicated with Alicia for several times, and there's a few things that I would like to do. And one relates to the DPW contract, and I would like to have that reduced from the mayor's 135,000 down to 102. For this reason, I would like to be able to put $10,275 into Nuestras Races. It's fresh produce baskets that they're going to provide at that price or at that quantity. That would provide 125 families with fresh produce. Viability, I would like to have $15,550 there. That would provide 50 families with $311 worth of meals. And Salvation Army, I would like to make it 7,175. The other aspect to that, and the other change I would like to make, it would be again going into the small business, not to reduce it, but to make both the OCD office and the Chamber of Commerce office both $75,000 for small business. I think if we did that, we do two things. Obviously, economically, small businesses are crucial, so we would be putting two organizations to work trying to make sure. And obviously, the Chamber of Commerce, as well as OCD, works with them, but both of them have somewhat their own plan. The other aspect is obviously food's important, and without food and people are hurting. Last aspect to that is, in fact, and I asked, are we going to have physical improvements in terms of bike lanes and walkways and things along that lines? And there is some question. I'm going to read Alicia's comments if I can. This proposal in the public facilities category, so the project must result in physical work and not solely planning or studies. The proposal indicates that expenses could include planning, mapping, engineering, purchasing of temporary barriers, signage, I think it's striping, traffic, signal modifications, etc. HUD has made it quite clear that CDBG CV funds must be used to prepare for, to prevent, or to respond to COVID-19. Prior to executing the CDBG grant agreement with the Department of Public Works, the scope of services would have to demonstrate how precisely this activity will meet HUD standard for these funds if it is funded. So I'm not trying to eliminate it, but I do think we reduce it because, in fact, if that is not approved, then we've got $135,000 sitting out there when we got other programs that could be feeding people that are in economic and healthy and nutritional need. So those are the recommendations I would like to make. It would still end up the same amount of money. It would just go to different programs.
Okay, so with that, Councilor Murphy.
Yep.
You want to make a motion with regards to the DPW line from
Okay.
135 to 102.
102.
You want to cut it down to 102.
Correct.
Yeah, I'll second Council Murphy's motion on that.
So with that, the motion is to cut the DPW 135 to 102. It was seconded. Under discussion, I see Councilor Tallman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I agree with Councilor Murphy. I think that's a prudent plan. I think it's important that we provide food for families, especially during this tough economic times. And with the money going to the three agencies he stated, the Salvation Army, Viability, and Nuestra Raíces, to provide food for families, fresh food. I think it's a great benefit to the community. So I agree with those motions.
And Councilor Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would also support this amendment as proposed. Thank you.
I see Councilor McGivern.
Just a question to the president or to the chair. Do we have a cap on what we can do? What would the food for families fall under? Would it be under social services, or do we have a cap? It's similar to the cap we have for the regular block grant money.
It is, Joe. It's in the same category. So we can move theoretically funds within that category that Council Murphy indicated.
Well, aren't these two different categories here? I didn't know we were making recommendations tonight, Mr. President. Well, they're helpful, but the mayor's going to do what the mayor's going to do. And I just like to question the director or, some people about this. If, we should have had these people in.
Yeah, the issue with this is it was sent to the council, and instead of being able to go to DGNR, they wanted it done as soon as possible. So we tabled it to try and get the councilors a little more with regards to the breakdown as to recommendations and what was put in by the mayor. But as we know, when it does, the traditional CDBG comes out of the committee, the council can vote to cut and realign as long as it's within the same category. And yes, the mayor can come back and just put it back. But for here, if we're making a recommendation to cut, as long as it's within the guidelines, within the same structure, as you pointed out, that's something that we do have the right to do.
No, I wasn't questioning that. I understand that. And as Councilor Bartley said, there is a cap. So if we're at the cap already, if we're adding something to the social services, then we have to take something away from the social services in our recommendations. And what I meant was, if we were going to make recommendations, I would have liked to talk to the people that are getting the money, or to Alicia for an explanation of why the money is divided up this way.
Understand. Well, Councilor Murphy, you have a comment?
Yes, just in response to that, and both the OCD and CAC, in terms of the three programs that I'm trying to transfer money in, all gave more money than I'm putting in there. So clearly we have the ability to put the money in there. And none of them gave money to the Department of Public Works. So I'm just, and I respect the mayor's authority to do this. One of the reasons I tried to deal with the hunger issues and try to do it in a relatively a little bit less than what the OCD or CAC recommended was that I have a pretty strong feeling the mayor is strongly in favor of the bike situation and the pedestrians. And I would like to work with the mayor in terms of doing these things rather than, and get these additional food programs out there. I just had an email today about people trying to figure out, can they open up more food options because people are looking for food. So clearly, I mean, that's in my ward, and I'm assuming it's in other wards as well. So, you know, my goal is just to, you know, yes, we'll try to do the bike lanes. We'll still be able to do some of that, but we'll be feeding people right away. And we won't be waiting. It could be 6 months. It could be next year before any improvements are made. So, and again, it's still not for certain whether in fact it would be eligible. So I would like to get the money into the hands of people that need it. Let's feed families. Let's get people comfortable. I mean, I know we got a lot of programs, but to me, that's an essential program.
So if you make this transfer, what percentage does this bring us to for social services?
I don't have that information, Counselor.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have that answer, Joe.
I don't need it.
Mr. President?
It's
Counselor Graney.
Yeah, I just want to go on record as supporting Councilor Murphy's amendment. I think this is a very special time. These special needs for people. If people need the food, I think that we as a body have an obligation to do whatever we can to help out. Thank you.
All right, so on the motion, if there's no further discussion, to cut the DPW for the bike lane, enhanced bike and pedestrian pathway for distancing from 135 to 102. We'll take a roll call. Clerk call roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the cut.
Why is it a roll call?
Wait, it's kind of a transfer, or not transfer, but
It's a recommendation.
budget
We don't need a roll call. It's just a
cut. All right, so
recommendation.
then we'll just do a vote for it. Make it easy. All those in favor of the cut?
All right.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes. And hearing any nays. Now, Counselor Murphy, you said you wanted to reallocate some of it.
Yes.
So you did the cut. Now you want to reallocate $10,225 to
No, $10,275
75. Okay. Just
to
making
the
sure.
waste stress races at the fresh organic produce at your doorstep.
Okay, and the
Which
other
would-
one was
And then
15,000
$15,550
to
to the viability program for meal delivery. That would provide meals for 50 homes at, looks like 300 and some odd dollars total meal deliveries to those homes. And then
Okay.
7,175 to the Salvation Army, which again is some kind of, it's also providing some cleaning supplies as well as food and nutrition. So it's a combination trying to make sure people get what they need and also have the ability to keep everything as clean as possible.
all right.
And those totals should equal, if my math is good, 33,000.
All right, so with regards to that, 10,275, 15,550, $7,175 to those three areas. Any questions or comments on those? All right, so all those in favor?
Aye.
All right.
All those opposed? So we reallocated that 33,000 to those areas. Was there anything else, Counselor Murphy?
Yes, the last one was just to divide the small business grants, where right now OCD got 150,000. If you notice, OCD recommended 75,000, CAC recommended 75,000, the mayor recommended 150,000. What I'd like to do is to take the mayor's recommendation of OCD for small business and divide that also to the Chamber of Commerce, which is a relief grant for small businesses in terms of trying to help them survive what is obviously a very challenging time.
So you're just going to divide the 150 between the two?
Correct.
All right. Is there a second to that one?
Second.
Second.
The motion is to take the 150, divide it in half, and move the half to the Greater Hoyoke Chamber of Commerce and give them 75,000. Under discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Todd, I just want to make it clear that was to the Hoyoke Chamber of Commerce.
Yes.
Correct.
I just want to, not that matters because it's an unpaid position, but my wife, Eileen Brady Leahy, does serve in some capacity there.
Okay.
Not exactly sure, but just want to disclose that.
Thank you. Anything
Mr.
further
President?
with regards to the CDBG funds?
Mr. President?
Councilor Graney.
Yeah, I don't know if it's appropriate or not, but is it possible that the city council could send a letter to the mayor's office that we are unanimously in favor of supporting these changes to the CBD program?
Yeah, I mean, the clerk will say that there was no nays. No nays were recorded in the vote here on both requests.
Okay. I just think a letter from the council would be effective. Anyways, thank you.
Okay. So with that, with the changes, we're going to approve the CDBG funds as amended.
So moved.
So moved. Yeah. Second.
So all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? On
Hey,
to
Mr. President.
Yep, Councilor McGivern.
I'm sorry. I think the final vote does require a roll call, though.
All right, so we'll go back. We'll do a roll call vote for the final vote with amendments. Clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the CBGs with the amended request.
Good for enough.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Rainey,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Coleman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
With your vote, you were approved with changes. Next item that was tabled, order at the city council rezone the following parcels to RC zone.
Motion that it be given leave to withdraw.
Leave to
Second.
withdraw.
Under discussion.
Councilor Lisi.
Thanks. So as I noted last time, this is a refile along with two other orders related to the creation of a retail center district in the Whiting Farms area. Given the recent legal opinion that we can only take up items within 65 days of their filing, and this would be contingent upon the other orders that were filed, it doesn't seem likely that we would get to this within 65 days, so I'll refile it after something else happens with the creation of the zoning text change for the RC district.
Okay, so you're refile, and does everyone know that Tony was able to get a list of all the parcels in question to the numbers? I know that was one of the questions. Did
Yeah,
everyone
I
get
think
that?
I'm gonna hold on to that for when I refile it, and I'll refile it with the addresses instead of the parcel numbers.
I
Okay.
would like to have a copy of that, please.
All right, we'll have Ryan send a copy to everybody. But Tony was very, very quick on getting that list to us. So this is to give 2 leave to withdraw because it'll be refiled. Is there a second?
I seconded it.
Oh, okay, I didn't hear. All those in favor?
All right.
Aye.
All those opposed? Public comment. 2 things that we're doing tonight. Ryan, from what he texted me, There are 2 people in what we call the waiting room to give public comment. Ryan will let them in one at a time. They'll state their name, address, and then we'll try and do public comment. We also have emails in order to read those as part of the public comment if they emailed into the public comment section. So with that, Ryan, I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, Todd. So the first one I just let in, it looks like it's like somebody, it could be somebody from the sergeant's office in the Hoyoke PD, 322-6900.
Okay. Hello. Hello. From the police department, are you still on the line?
We do have another phone number, Todd, if you want me to let them in. And
Mark's on the line.
Mr. President,
Yeah.
I think the police office is Sergeant Hart, who's just listening in. He's on duty and he wants to be here if we have questions later in the agenda.
Okay, so Sergeant Hart, you're not here for the public comment?
Negative.
All right, so Ryan, can we just put his title by the phone number like we do
Yes.
for everyone?
yes, I'll do that.
Okay, and then is there anyone else in the public comment or the waiting room?
Right now there is, and there has been a few others that have come on but then they have left. But yeah, there's one more right now. I can admit them.
Yes, please.
Hello? We're just wondering if number 78177560093.
Yes,
Steve.
that's me.
Hi, how are you? Good evening.
Hi, this is Denise from Exotica Farms.
From where, Denise?
Exotica Farms, 5 Appleton Street.
Okay, and this is now public comment time, and we'll open it up to allow you to say what you have to say for public comment.
Actually, I really didn't have a public comment. I thought that this was an open meeting that I could listen in, but we applied for a special permit for 5 Appleton Street, so I know it's supposed to hopefully move to the ordinance committee, and that was really all I was listening in on for.
Okay, yeah, if it's on tonight's agenda, we'll send it to ordinance, and then you'll get a call to when that meeting comes up.
Okay, that sounds great. Thank you very much. Okay, bye.
Ryan, is there anyone else?
Right now, there is not anybody else.
Okay,
Mr.
so I do have the first one for public comment came June 10th. It was sent into the public comment page. Dear Hoyoke City Council, I know there's a budget subcommittee meeting tonight. I wanted to weigh in on the public topic. I think the recent events have shown that the police are doing more harm than good. We are asking them to do too many jobs, and as a result, they are mediocre at all of them. As a resident of Hoyoke, I'd like to see funds reallocated from the police department to those departments that are actually intended to do their job, to do the jobs the police are so often called on to do, such as social work. If we put more effort into preventing and solving problems before they come to head, we don't need as much law enforcement to deal with problems to begin with, which is preferably for all involved. Please defund the police. Sincerely, Melissa Frechette, F-R-E-C-H-E-T-T-E, if I say that correctly, 1145 Northampton Street, Hoyoke. Next is a public comment that was submitted to the clerk's office. We, the undersigned, wish to make clear our support for Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy is doing an excellent job of representing the needs and concerns of all the residents of his ward. The fact that he ran unopposed is a testimony to the fine job he is doing in representing all of the residents of his ward. It is our hope that the mayor will make public apology for his vicious and unwarranted attack on Councilor Murphy. The fact that he, in parentheses, a non-Hispanic, was elected in a predominantly Hispanic ward speaks volumes in itself. Keep the good work, keep Keep up the good work, Terry. The next one is, in our collective opinion, one does not have to look like or speak like the people we represent. Terry Murphy has always represented the best interests of the people of his ward. Councilor Murphy is doing an excellent job of representing the needs and concerns of the residents of his ward. In doing so, in doing his job, he does not allow us to be used as puppets in a bigger political game. If the mayor truly feels that the councilor should not be in office because he doesn't look like the majority of his constituents, he needs to evaluate his own position as well. In conclusion, we believe the mayor's remarks were inappropriate and Councilor Murphy deserves more from our mayor. And there are names attached to both public comments. They're in handwriting. I do believe Councilor Sullivan was able to help with the names because of some of the writing. So Councilor Sullivan, if you'd like to list off the names and assist me in being able to read the handwriting.
Yep. Thank you. I was able to get some of them followed up and printed. On the first letter, there was 10 people that had signed on that. They all appear to be residents of Ward 2. It was Harry Rodriguez and Milagros Rodriguez of 346 Ingleside Street, Miriam Lugo and Heriberto Rosario of 15 Hamilton Street, Rose Marie Almodovar of 15 Springdale Ave, Eric Rodriguez of 346 Ingleside Street, Kelvin Maldonado, Jacqueline Mateo and Marcus Mateo, all of Vernon Street, and Yesenia Perez of 409 South Elm Street. The second letter had 7 residents. Most appeared also to be from Ward 2. Roberto, and this was also signed, gracias por su tiempo y consideración. Roberto Lopez, 350 Elm Street. Miguel Perez, 409 Elm Street. Zulma Lopez, 409 Elm Street. Richard Perez, 409 Elm Street. William Rodriguez, 492 Maple Street. And Leticia Rodriguez, 350 Elm Street.
Thank you, Counselor. I'm just going through. I do believe that is it for the public comment. Ryan, is there anyone else for the phone calls?
There's nobody else in the waiting room for this meeting.
All right, so that would
Mr.
end.
President, a point of information, if I may.
Counselor Bacon.
Thank you. So some people got the Zoom information for our meeting tonight, and I'm hoping in the future it can be published on the agenda so that people could have it for our regular meetings.
It was.
It was published, Counselor.
I don't see it on when I printed it out. Was it on the web agenda?
It was on the web right where the agenda is.
Okay, because I couldn't see it when I printed it. All right, thank you.
No problem.
You're welcome. Counselor Murphy?
If I might just take a moment to thank the constituents that wrote the letters and emails, and I appreciate it. And I want to say very clearly to my constituents and to all the people of Holyoke, my only goal is to serve the city, do it the right way. I try to serve everyone in the city, and I try to make sure that I am attentive to what's going on, and I try to weigh every issue to its full length. I try not to prejudge, and I just want to thank those constituents for coming to my support. Thank you.
Counselor Tallman.
Yeah, I just want to state I agree with what the constituents said on Counselor Murphy. It's amazing. A few years ago that with the open seat that Terry came forward to be in that position, and I had talked to him earlier, and somebody that's going back to the 70s that decided to come back here in 2017 and in 2019 to dedicate his time and effort to the city is really a credit to his statue and to his family. really appreciate the work he's done. He's probably one of the most dedicated counselors I've worked with in a number of years here on the council. He really does his work and homework, and really proud to be in the same group as him and as many others of my colleagues on the council. So keep up the good work, Terry, and I really appreciate and looking forward to working with you in the next year.
Thank you, Peter.
Councilor Leahy.
Thank you. I too have heard from numerous people regarding Terry. Terry had said that he was not going to run if somebody came and pulled papers, and that didn't happen. And I don't think that he was actively seeking the seat when that happened. And I can also say that I was hoping somebody was going to come and run because he talks so much and adds so much time to these meetings. Just kidding, just joking. But I think he's just like he was at the bookstore at HEC. He's meticulous. He just does his homework, and he wants the best for the city, like everybody on the screen tonight. And I also want to say the same thing for Peter Tallman. A lot of people make changes in their votes and their decisions. You know, what we do is our job is to get all the due diligence, read exactly what we can read, find out the most important information, and that's how we vote. So I just want to, give props to both Terry and Peter. You guys are doing a good job. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
Councilor Bartley.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. President. I just point of information, Mr. President. I don't know if you were going to put this, the reason for those letters into context. I'm pretty confident it had to do with about a 10 or 11-minute video that's forwarded to me by a colleague, and it was a video of the mayor being interviewed on Holyoke Media. I assume it's still on there, and it was an interview, if you would, and the topic had concerned the Bar Foundation grant, and the mayor singled out one counselor by name, and the mayor didn't single out the Ward 2 counselor in name, except he virtually said it was no doubt about who he was speaking of, and it was pretty unflattering. I mean, for a mayor who's Mr. President, I've been on this board for the same length of time as the mayor's been in office. We were elected the same day in 2011, and for a mayor that's had his veto overridden. He hasn't vetoed anything from us in a few years, but he had the veto overwritten so many times, and I never saw him lose his temper. And even in city council, he may have lost his temper once. And there's some pretty hard rhetoric, and he's usually pretty good. So I don't want to. I'm not here to defend the mayor. I'm not here to say anything, but that maybe that was uncharacteristic. But it was certainly disappointing because the Ward 2 counselor, in my opinion, is very conscientious, works very hard, certainly puts in a lot of time and energy, and we can, at least I can tell, Mr. President, by the counselors that file orders, and some counselors file more orders than others, and I think the Ward 2 counselor files a lot of orders, and it just shows he's. In my opinion, just shows you a very, very active counselor. So, I guess that I just want to put in some kind of context for the public that has, maybe is watching and maybe is caught unaware of how we got to this point. And I'm grateful that the residents of Ward 2 and I think they speak for the overwhelming majority. And so, thank you.
No, thank you, Councilor Bradley. Councilor Sullivan, the hand was up. Is it down now or not? All set?
Councilor Bartley summed it up pretty good before I could get to it.
Okay. Yeah, I think Councilor Bartley did a good job in summing up why those public comments or that came in the way it did. Thank you, Councilor Bartley. Councilor Leahy, your hand is still up, but no, down. Okay. Anyone else for comment? No. Okay. With that, we will go to communications, of which the Number 4 is a proposal to purchase city-owned properties. It's a communication.
Now,
from the
motion
mayor.
received.
Motion is to receive.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Next is number 5, reappointing Ms. Sanabria to of 11 Leary Drive to the Hoyoke Housing Authority, which would be a 5-year term. It's a
Receive and confirm
reappointment.
the appointment.
Second.
Motion would be to confirm the reappointment. Counselor Hernandez.
Yes, Miss Marilyn Sanabria, she doesn't reside at 11 Levy Drive anymore.
Okay.
She resides in Churchill in Counselor Murphy's ward,
Okay.
Churchill Homes. So we just have to make sure that that's corrected.
We'll have that corrected on the letter.
Okay.
Anyone for Counselor Sullivan? Your hands up?
Yeah, that'd be for after we're done with this.
Oh, okay.
I'd like to take something out of order if we could.
Okay. So here the motion is to reaffirm for a 5-year term. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Counselor Sullivan, you have a motion?
Yeah, I think we've got some people standing by, and I didn't want to keep them here all night. If they are standing by, the letter from the mayor, the proposals for city-owned properties. If we could take Councilor Bartley's 53, 54, 55, 56, and 57 all pertain to that letter.
Okay.
That's
So motion is to suspend rules, go out of order to 53 to 57 as a package. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Counselor Sullivan.
Yeah, well, I defer to Councilor Bartley. Is it okay, but with you, these we're going to go to committee to address these on the floor tonight?
Mr. President?
Yeah, Counselor Bartley.
Okay, yeah, first of all, I don't have a problem with that. I just kind of want to, is there anybody here from OPED that's gonna, I don't see them on the screen, Ryan, but that might be because of my screen. So just to the administrative assistant to the chair, is Ryan, do you know if there's anybody here from OPED that wants to discuss this matter?
Yeah, Dave, I can tell you that we don't have anybody from OPED in the meeting, and there's nobody waiting outside, in the waiting room trying to access the meeting either.
Okay, thank you, Ryan. So I'm just, well, I guess I'll be sure. We can do this quickly. We suspended. Do we suspend rules? Take them up in the package, Mr.
Yes, you did, Counselor.
Okay, I wasn't clear on that. Yeah, so 53 to 57, true. So I'll make a motion to approve the conveyance for each of these properties.
The motion is to receive, adopt, and grant the conveyance of all 3 parcels. 53 is that the Hoyoke City Council, in accordance to Mass General Law, Chapter 30B, vote to accept an offer of $10,250 for 19 West Glen Street. 54 to accept an offer of $10,000 for 1094 Hamden Street. 55 is to accept an offer of $25,000 for 712 Dwight Street. 56 is an offer of $10,000 for 28 Cabot Street. And 57 is an offer of $15,000 for 175 Oak Street.
Okay.
Counselor Sullivan, did I miss something or no?
Yeah, well, there's a couple of things I can tell you, because I think these should answer some questions ahead of time. Is all of the sales agreements would at a minimum include the following requirements: a stipulation that the buyer is and remains current on all taxes, the reverter clause, that work must be must commence within 6 months and be completed within 2 years. And the deed restriction that the property would be 100% taxable if it's ever owned by a nonprofit entity.
Okay, Councilor Bartley, back to you.
Yeah, so yeah, Councilor Sullivan hit the highlights on that. I think we're hopefully most of us are familiar with the properties, but we'll just run them down. 19 West Glen Street's a single family home in an R1 district. It's been dilapidated. The proposed developer is already on board in the city at 47 Chapin, and I don't have the sale price in front. Oh, yeah, sale price on my order. There you go. Sale price would be $10,250. One of the things that we generally talk about in committee, Mr. President, is the amount of back taxes, and we are not prepared because I don't have that intel. So if councilors need that information, and I hear you if you do, we can table it. And if that's the case, that's the case. Because this is not normally how we do this. Normally this would go right to committee. We would have a full vetting. We'd have the screens up. We'd have Marcos and John there, and we would run through the whole thing. But seeing how we're in this situation, we're not going to do that possibly. So that's 19 West Glen. 1094 Hamden is pretty interesting. It's a R2, so it's zone 2 family. Same with 19 West Glen. I apologize. That is a single family home, though zoned R2, and same with 1094. It appears to be a single family, but it's zoned R2, so it's potential for a 2 family. The development plan looks really interesting, and it's a family from New York that want to retain the character of the property. And I think we've had some calls from the abutter on this as well. 712, 718 Dwight and 2832 Cabot are both the same parties, and this appears to be the owners of Capri. And just to orient you, 712, 718 Dwight is just a little bit northwest, a couple blocks away from the post office, and it's a building in one corner, and the rest of the lot is vacant, and it's proximate not just to the PO, but it's also proximate to the new juvenile court building, and they were looking to develop that property into housing. 28 and 32 Cabot is a similar situation where you've got a vacant parcel that's proximate to Capri Pizza, and they're looking to develop that into townhouse style housing. And then the last one is 175 Oak, and we're all familiar. I think most of us are familiar with Mr. Bosco, and Mr. Bosco is looking to add parking and green space to the property that he owns that abuts that. And so the sums are, the sums are modest, but it's been my position in my career, with one exception, that being 1 Cabot Street, when we had what I think all of us felt, or well, not all of us, but the majority of us felt was insufficient proposal. And the city put it back out, and we received a proposal that was 20 times what we originally had before us. So that was a good decision by City Council not to rush it. I think in this case, when Councilor Sullivan reached out to me this morning, because this wouldn't have been my plan. It would have been my plan to put it in committee. But, Councilor Sullivan made, I think, a pretty reasonable argument, because it's the start of construction season. I replied to Councilor Sullivan that we can only do so much on our end. It's got to go back to the mayor's office, and they have to do some due diligence. And the mayor, of course, as you know, Mr. President, has to sign a deed. But as Councilor Sullivan rightly mentioned, there with three bullet points at the start of this, that we're want to make sure they're current on taxes. There's going to be a reverter clause. We want to make sure work is done starting in 6 months, and this gives them a head start. You hope on the construction season, more or less, best we can do, and completed within 2 years. And then these will always be these will always be taxable parcels. And so I thought it made sense. Again, it's not how we do it, but if I felt if a counselor has, and I'll end this way, an objection to it, a counselor needs more information, fair point on any of these parcels, and a counselor wants to table it, then I'll second that motion to table, and we'll I would prefer, if that's the case, to send it to committee, but if not, I'm comfortable to moving this on. Thank you.
Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to speak in favor of acting on this evening. I think it's a sound proposal by both the councilors as to reasons why. I don't have many questions because at least 4 of these, and if not all 5, I remember the DGR committee already went through these properties when we declared them surplus and available. And as far as the negotiated prices, I've never really worried about the back taxes because some of these properties have been off in the city's possession for some time, and it's taxes that we'll never get. And quite frankly, the number that has always encouraged me to vote on these type of sales of property is right now we're getting 0 in taxes. So it makes a lot of sense. You know, they're eyesores to the neighborhood. They're vacant lots. They're properties that are run down, and we got some people that want to do something with it, and it gets them back on the tax rolls. I'm all in favor, and I thank both councilors for bringing it forward.
Councilor Tallman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I concur. I think it's important to get these properties moving. Being a member of the DGNR committee, we did discuss these in depth a few months back. Familiar with all these properties. I just have one question through the president to Councilor Sullivan. Very familiar, and I'm sure we spoke about the one on 1094 Hamden. Do you feel, and I spoke to the neighbor at length a couple months ago, do you feel that this property can be rehabbed?
Yeah, it can be rehabbed. It's going to cost them quite a bit,
okay.
But it's better than us having to demo it. And if this thing sits for another 6 months or a year, it'll be we'll be spending $75,000, $80,000 on a demo. The siding on it is all transite siding, which is asbestos containing. And right now we really need to move on it. It's becoming a hazard now. It has been broken into again. The transients, panhandlers are getting into it. And I feel really bad for the neighbor next door.
Right.
She's trying to sell her house, and it's really hurting her property value. So.
Right, I agree. I lived across the street there for many years, and actually was in that house when I was a child. And I think it does have great potential, and I think this is a way to go about it to try to get this moving during the construction season. And I agree with Councilor McGivern that we're taking these properties that are really dilapidated and putting them back on the tax rolls. And hopefully the couple that is purchasing this can get started right away during this season to get moving and trying to put some work into this home. Thank you.
Mr. President?
Councilor Graney?
Yeah, Mr. President, we discussed these properties in DGNR, and it makes good sense to move ahead with them tonight rather than send it back to committee. So I support this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Murphy.
Yeah, just 2 questions. Do we know if there were any other offers for any of these properties, or were these the only offers?
They were all publicly advertised and went out to bid. It was vetted through the purchasing by Laurie Belanger through the procurement, and these were the ones that were the best bids or the most responsible. So,
and the other part regarding the reverter clause after 6 months if construction hasn't started, is that built into the deed? I mean, clearly the geriatric authority being an example of.
Yeah, that's
falling through.
That's what they've stated. Legal is going to put into the purchase and sale agreement.
Okay, so that is going to be put in there. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Bartley, is your hand still up? Or?
Yes. Yeah. So just to answer the questions, the bid documents are public record. But no, I don't have them. I haven't. Typically, they're not sent to us. But I mean, bidding is and responding to requests for proposals is a little bit. It's a creature of law, and but there's some law and there's some art in it too. So I understand that there's generally a bid committee in the city that's Ms. Belanger's on that, and among others, and they take the highest responsible bidder. And then to the reverter clause, generally that's on there and on the property deed. But as the counselor knows, I mean, you got to have somebody on point and somebody enforcing that. So as you can imagine, a reverter clause sitting at the registry of deeds, may or may not be the most at the top of the pile issue. So I mean, it's up to counselors, particularly ward counselors, to really kind of monitor that stuff and to work with John and Marcos and their team and to make sure that these developers are on point. I know for my sake, for in 19 West Glen, I mean, it's already a known person and he's already doing work and he's got an excellent local attorney. And so I'm pretty confident in that. But there certainly other parcels, and I really stress it to the ward counselors to really kind of know these addresses and monitor as best you can. Thank you.
With that, there's no further discussion. As was stated, these are parcels that were already taken up before, of which Councilor Sullivan has brought up a good point. Later on in the agenda, you'll see that we'll have our summer recess, which then that puts things on delay if this is pushed off till August or September. So seeing how it's parcels that are not new to us and our parcels in need, it would be more beneficial to act on them tonight to allow the process to get going quicker rather than later. So with that, motion was to receive, adopt, and approve the transfers for values that were discussed. Seeing no other questions, we'll have the clerk call the roll in order to vote on all of them, 53 to 57 as a package. If you vote yes, you're voting for the sale.
Anderson Burgos. Did one leave?
I think he said something. I think he said yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. Bartley,
Yes.
Rainey,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman, Dakin.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
With your vote, you're approved 53 to 57. Back to the front page. Item number 6 is the minutes from the clerk and our admin for June 2nd, 2020.
Make a motion to accept that.
Motion is to receive. No changes. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 7 is from Terry Shepard, the Park and Rec Director. Guidelines for the city parks and playgrounds. June 20. Motion is to receive.
Probably send a copy to public safety as well.
With a copy to public safety. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Eight is from Dr. Reich, which is phase 1, reopening the school department offices.
Motion to receive.
Motion,
Second.
motion is received. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Mr. President?
Yeah, Councilor Bartley.
I don't want to make a motion, but can just to the president, to the finance chair, do you want to take 9 and 20G, Joe? Or no? It's up to you.
I leave it up to the body. I don't see a need for it. 20G is the bar grant itself, which is in the finance committee. Our recommendation is that we return that to Cinder to the auditor, because of the rescinding of the bar grant itself.
Well,
that makes sense. We can do it now, or we can do it in finance.
We're just doing now while it's all before us.
Motion to take up as a package.
Step in, do it.
Motion is to take up 9 and 20G as a package. Suspend the rules to do that.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? So 9 is a communication from the Bar Foundation. I'll read that in a second. And then 20G is the Committee on Finance, who was referred in order in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53A. The city hereby accept the provisions of the Bar Foundation Clean Energy Grant. Recommend that the order be referred back to the city auditor. So back to 9, which is a letter from the Bar Foundation dated June 4th. Dear Marcos, the Bar Foundation regrets that the Holyoke City Council has voted to not accept the $275,000 grant referenced above, which was awarded December 3rd, 2019, which would start December 20th, 2019. This letter will serve as an official notification that the grant has been rescinded. We ask that you send a check made out to the Bar Foundation returning $150,000 payment that was issued December 20th, 2019. Please mail the check to the following, and it gives the address. No further reporting is required. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to call. So motion, they're both taken up. That's 20G and 9.
Motion that they both be received and sent to the auditor.
Motion is receive and send to the auditor. All those in favor?
Aye.
Discussion still?
Yeah, Councilor
Mr.
Lisa.
President, if we're gonna have discussion, I'm gonna make a committee report.
What was that?
The only thing that I want to note is that it seems someone just sent me a note, and I forwarded it to you and Ryan, that there was someone who submitted a public comment via email to the public comment email address, and it wasn't read into the record, and it's pertaining to this item. So I just wanted to, it's pretty short, so if we can read that in as part of public comment.
Do you have it?
I forwarded to you via text messages.
Oh, hold on, let me go to the text. Okay, so this came in as public comment. Councilors, I was about to write in support of the Bar Foundation grant after listening to many debates about this grant and finally reading a copy. However, I learned third hand via social media that the grant had been rescinded. It was disappointing to hear that this and know that the opposition to the grant appeared to be directed at neighbor to neighbor and not at the purpose of the grant itself. Please consider making the text of grants that come before the city council available to the public on the city webpage. This would allow citizens to become more informed and promote more educational discussion by the general public. Sincerely, Linda Pratt, 39C St. Copey Drive. Are there any other public comments that we missed or didn't come through that people have? No? Okay.
Not that I know of.
Okay. So with that, 9 and 20.
Todd, just real briefly, we did just receive a comment from somebody, and it's on both our email address. It's a very brief comment.
Is it on this topic?
It is not on this topic.
All right, so we'll wait till after that. I know public comments a little hard. Their emails are coming in as the meeting's going on. We're doing the best we can. Let me find 20G. Okay. So 9 and 20G, receive and refer to the auditor. That was the motion?
Correct.
Yes. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Back to 10, which is a letter, a new program, Providence Ministry, with a food bank, West Mass Health is hosting a mobile food bank in Kate Kitchen parking lot the first and third Monday of every month from 2 to 2:45. Let me find that letter.
Be received.
Second.
Second under discussion.
Oh, wait, so 10 is, it's actually an email. Hi, Irma. I was speaking with Councilor Bartley regarding a new program we were doing, and I would ask that this information be added to the 6/16 City Council agenda, of which the Food Bank of Western Mass is hosting a mobile food bank in Kate's Kitchen parking lot the first and third Monday of every month from 2 to 2:45. Everyone will receive a box filled with fresh food and produce. Anyone is welcome, but especially Holyoke residents. And that's from Jenny. Councilor Bartley, I see your hand up.
Right, yeah, but yeah, I'm just gonna make a friendly amendment to receive and also to amendments receive and refer to Holyoke Media to post on our website, on the city's website, and to leave posted until further notice.
Second.
Second.
Okay, so motion is to receive, request that it be posted on Holyoke Media until they give us an update that they're not going to do this anymore.
Oh yeah, Mr. President, that's actually a better idea. Just I think the idea you just raised is great. So if we could post it to the website and have it splashed on Holyoke Media, and one of those little ads, that would be. So I'll second your amendment.
That's what I thought you said. So I mean,
I didn't say exactly like that, but I like the way you said it better.
I like the way you said it too.
All right, so receive copy to Holyoke Media to be placed up under discussion. Any comments, or is that it?
That's it.
Okay, Councilor McGivern, I see your hand up.
Very quickly, Mr. President, I think Providence Ministries, I think we all agree, does a wonderful job, not just in this time of COVID, but in all the services that they've offered over the years. Unfortunately, through the COVID emergency, their annual fundraiser fashion show up at the Whiting Farms car dealership had to be rescheduled. I just happen to know that the new date is September 25th, and you can guess why I happen to know, but I won't say that this evening. I'll remind you in September.
Because it's my birthday?
No doubt.
Are you
Happy
marching
birthday.
down the fashion aisle?
In case I forget, happy birthday.
Joe, you're going to be modeling the great suit.
Oh,
Joe's going to be on the runway.
Oh, we got to get tickets.
I'm in.
and have video.
All right, with this, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Did I hear someone? Did I miss one? Councilor Graney, did you say something?
I said aye.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right. All right.
11 and 12 is a package, Mr. President.
Motion, suspend the rules, take up 11 and 12 as a package. 11 is a notice, community outreach meeting, June 15th, 2020 via Zoom, and notice for a virtual community outreach meeting for marijuana retail, June 11th, 2020. So motion is to take them up as package. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? And to
Receive and send to ordinance.
and send to ordinance. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Thirteen is a communication from the residents of Morgan Street. This letter is being sent to several offices in the city of Holyoke in regards to the property at 129 Morgan Street in Holyoke. Morgan Street residents, we have a growing concern about the safety of this property and the impact on the community. Over the past years, it has further deteriorated with little or no care by the owner. It goes on to talk about property conditions and some of the other issues. I'd say make a motion to
Receive and send to public safety.
send it to public safety with a copy
Board of Health.
Code
to Board of
enforcement.
Health and legal.
Yeah.
Code enforcement.
Building commissioner.
Building commissioner. So
it's
to
item number
public
14.
safety with a copy to those departments that, did Counselor, someone say something?
Is this item 14?
This is
13.
13.
Okay.
Counselor Tallman.
Yeah, Mr. President, I just took a drive there coming home from Stop and Shop by that address, and it does definitely need some work. I'm familiar with the address. I delivered mail there several years ago, and it's right by Sarahwood, the nursing home, and there's very well-kept properties in that area. And so I think whatever we can do to get moving on this is important for the neighbors.
Yeah, that's why it's receive with a copy to Board of Health, Legal Department, and Building and Codes in order to get those departments to get over there as fast as possible. And then Public Safety can do a follow-up on it. Counselor Sullivan? You're on mute, Counselor.
Can I
There you go.
hear? Excuse me.
Counselor LeBron Martinez?
Yes, a question on homes that are like not being taken care of by the owners, even though that they live in them. Do you necessarily have to file an order, or that's always? I mean, can you because I like reported things like that to the Board of Health. Nothing other inspectors. Do they have to go through an order? It's just a question.
No, this is not an order, Counselor. It's a letter from residents on Morgan Street.
Oh, okay, I got
So
you.
we're gonna, in essence, get it to the right departments for them.
Okay, thank you.
But yeah, you are correct. If there are issues with an award, counselors can call up like Board of Health as an example to deal with tall bushes or lawn in violation of the ordinances.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Sullivan.
Yeah, I just want to let everybody know the Board of Health is aware of this. They've visited on several occasions already. Also, the taxes haven't been paid in a year, so they are already working on this. I mean, it's good we're sending it along, but it's not like the city is ignoring it either. So,
Thank you, Counselor. All right, so with regards to receiving and sending those departments, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? On to petitions, of which 14 is a petition for 375 Whitney Ave, a renewal of a secondhand license.
Mr. President, can we take up 14 and 18 as a package as they're both?
Okay.
All right, so motion to suspend rules, take up 14 and 18 as a package. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 18. So I read the first one. 18 is a renewal of a secondhand license at 247 Main Street. And I'll just check the standard forms here. Everything's paid up. There we go. So motion would be
Motion to renew.
renew 14 and 18, grant the renewals. For renewals, do we do I can't remember. It's a long night. We don't need a roll call for this, correct? Nope. All right, I got that good. So all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? All right. Here we go. $15, petition for 4.7.2 non-conforming use of 1 Martin Street.
Is that DGR?
Yeah, I think that's DGNR. So to DGNR, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? 16 is a petition for marijuana manufacturing business at 679 Main Street.
With
Mr. President, can we take 16 and 17 as a package?
Second.
So motion is suspend the rules and take 16 and 17 as a package. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 16, I just read. 17 is a marijuana manufacturing establishment at 5 Appleton Street.
Receive and refer to ordinance?
Both to ordinance. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Counselor
Under
Sullivan?
discussion, I think Terry Murphy wants to speak.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, just
Councilor Murphy.
regarding the one on Main Street, I just met with Attorney Farrader yesterday, and we went over the plans, and it looks like about a $5 million investment that's going to be made. And I know Councilor Bartley, you were involved with the gentleman that owns the gas station, and so it looks like it's going to be a major improvement on the corner of Berkshire and Main. So, and we're going to clean it up and also provide plenty of parking, so there won't be other parking issues, which have been some other concerns in that area.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Sullivan, your hand's still up, or is that from old before? I guess he'll take it down. All right, you're on mute, but that's all right. All right, we're on to the president's report. Quickly, June 22nd, we'll have our final budget meeting with all the remainder of the departments to call in. I want to thank everyone who's joined in with regards to the budget so far. We've had great attendance. Thank all the department heads for joining in and helping out, especially during Zoom. It kind of is different from being down in the chamber, but we appreciate everything that everyone's doing. And to all the counselors being involved and getting involved with this, greatly appreciated. Reminder, June 29th, if you need the 30th, that will be when we take up the budget itself to do cuts. And also on here, as mentioned earlier, you'll have the summer recess that we'll vote on, of which August 4th will be the first meeting in August that we'll come back to. So for counselors who may have forgot or first time on here, is we'll take a summer recess after the budget. July will be off. We can always call a special meeting if need be. August 4th, we will take up all the orders that you've been filing from pretty much all of July and have that meeting, and then we'll break again until the first meeting in September. Any questions on that? Councilor Leahy did have an update. I see his hand up. Councilor Leahy, you're on mute. There you go.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I just wanted to say yesterday, Monday, I was excited to see that the Supreme Court, in a 6-3 decision, changed or added to the 1964 Civil Rights Act, which prohibits discrimination based on sex. And they pretty much add sexual orientation and gender identity, which is fantastic. This is what, 5 years after allowing gay marriage. So I'm excited about that. Expanding the LGBTQ civil rights is just fantastic. That's the first thing I wanted to say. The second thing I wanted to say was I'm really disappointed that Holyoke Medical Center is closing the maternity ward. 3 children, Brendan, Caroline, and Paige, who all were born there. I have so many fond memories, just like many of us have. So that's not good news. And the last thing that I want to say to all the fathers out there, the Sunday, June 21st is Father's Day. So happy Father's Day.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Counselor. I did what I was waiting. I saw your hand up. I was going to mention and still will mention about the Holyoke Medical Center. Very disappointed as to what's going on over there. Extremely disappointed now in the manner in which they relayed information to us. How do they relay information to this council? They called me 10 minutes, once again, 10 minutes before their Zoom meeting and said, would you like to join in? I didn't get that message because I was working, of which when I finally got it at 2 o'clock after my other meetings for my first job, I was like, they called me 10 minutes before they actually had the meeting to disclose what they were going to do. Very disappointed on how they approached it as well as what they did. For a city like ours, as we always said, we are a service city. And to do that and really not allow us to have proper information and or a say as to what was going on, I felt needed to be addressed tonight. I know there's not much we can do as a council on it, but from time to time they have come before us. We have been very supportive of the medical center in a sense of whether it's land and they're expanding or parking, what have you. You know, we've shown a lot of support to them, and to be somewhat treated in that fashion, I believe it had to be addressed tonight. With that, is there anything that other councilors have, or that's something I have missed along the way?
I'd like to say, can I say something in regards to the birthing center?
Councilor Born Martinez.
Yes, so in my case, I learned that I received a call from a reporter who wanted a story on it, and we didn't even know, like you guys felt that I didn't even know about it, which I actually emailed you letting you know. I think I forwarded you the information in regards to the reporter, because it took me by surprise that we had to learn through the process of reporter coming on, you know, to do a story, and yet we didn't even know. Secondly, I'm playing like a historian role of McGill, of Joseph here in regards to my history behind this. The birthing center there, when I came and worked in Holyoke, I was one of the field interviewers, because we had a high infant mortality rate, and I worked for the Department of Public Health through a pilot project that had to do with the follow-up of women who probably lost their children with the babies within 28 days of birth, which is the infant mortality rate as it is counted. And it was certain to me to learn that this is, you know, going to be taken away, when at the time, one of the findings was that the accessibility of delivering in Holyoke was not available. Women had to take a bus on an 8 o'clock appointment, 8 o'clock in the morning, to travel to, you know, Providence on Route 5 when it was servicing then. And if your appointment was at 11 o'clock, that 8 o'clock bus or van that you would take, you wait from 8 o'clock all the way to 11. If you was a high risk, you had to go to Springfield to Bay State to deliver. These were the only options then. So the prenatal care, the infant mortality rate in Holyoke was high, in addition to the teen pregnancy, but the infertility was even, you know, higher. And a lot of the findings after these studies and focus group that took place in the community show that the accessibility wasn't there. Care Center came about from these efforts. Healthy Start, meaning this was a program available to provide health insurance to women who could not bear the cost. And the list goes on, but I just want to share with you guys, even the WIC office, this is where I ended up also working with Valley Opportunity Council for like 9 years. But just to share that there's a history behind it, and I was really, really sad. And my grandkids also have been born there. And to learn that there's not going to be a birthing center in the city of Holyoke with all the things that are happening with the COVID. We have Providence, closing down their mental health services as well as another issue. And I'm really concerned that even though it's not our roles to intervene in that, I think we deserve an answer to what is going to happen next.
Councilor Murphy. Councilor Graney will be next. Councilor Murphy.
Yeah, just in support of Councilor LeBron Martinez. I mean, I know they have to get approval from the Department of Public Health, if I'm not mistaken. And obviously Providence Hospital with their psychiatric units has had some problem. I mean, I would wholeheartedly endorse the concept of this council making sure that they know that the full city council is opposed to this closing. And I know Representative Vega and Senator Vilas would certainly also be willing to testify in that case. So, you know, I know Councilor LeBron Martinez has an order on the agenda, and when we get there, I would think we want to make a very clear support. I remember back in the 70s and 80s, and when we were talking about things in Orlando Izazo was part of it, Betty Medina was there, and many others, and it has made a difference. And to take it away, and the way they took it away, we definitely need to make a statement.
Thank you.
Councilor Graney.
Yes, Mr. President. What was their rationale for doing this? I mean, with no explanation. I mean, what was their rationale? And we need to go as a committee in objection to this type of thing coming from Holyoke Medical Center, who we have been very, very, very supportive of throughout many, many years. So what was their rationale? And we need to support or go on record as objecting as the Holyoke City Council to such a move, and in the way that they did it very strongly.
Yeah, Councilor LeBoer Martinez has a order. It's item 27. We can go out of order and take that up now if you'd like, Council.
Please, appreciate it. Yes.
So going out of order. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? That the City Council have an opportunity to hear from Holyoke Medical Center of a recent announcement of the closing of their birthing center, to ask the president and or appropriate designated person who is able to Zoom to answer questions. Could also amend it to say, and voice our opposition to the closing as a council. I mean, it's up to you as a body.
Yeah, I'll second that.
To answer questions and go on record opposing the closing of the birthing unit.
What's gonna happen?
What?
Can I ask a question? So this is gonna go into committee and we're not gonna see it till September, correct? Or is that what's gonna happen?
No, just a good question, Counselor. So although we're on recess for the full body, committees will, it still can meet. They have every right to, and that's what we've normally done.
Yeah, because I'm afraid the longest we wait, this can take, its course of closing. So
no, we can take this up right away. I think we can take it up, whatever committee you want. I know public safety has been very hard working. We can take it up in that one if you'd like, or whatever you want.
Okay. Where would it be recommended to go to? Which one? Which public safety?
It could go to DGNR. It could go to public safety, because it now is a public safety concern, I believe, for us.
Yeah.
Point of order, Mr. President.
Yeah, Councilor Graney.
Yes. Does the mayor's office? Does the mayor know? What does he know about this? Was he informed?
He made a statement earlier today in a press release.
So he got the news just as soon as we got the news? So he wasn't...
I'm not sure when he got the news. I just know how we got it.
Oh, boy. I'll tell you.
So with regards to 27, motion is to amend it to allow that language.
Right.
Councilor Murphy first.
If I could just make a friendly amendment.
Sure.
I mean, having read so many of the comments of many of the people that were midwives, nurse practitioners, and some of their concerns, I would wonder and ask the maker if it would be possible to also include getting information from those that have actually been the caregivers and the midwives at that what their concerns are and what their concerns were, and to see if maybe we can come up with a solution in terms of that as well.
Correct. Yes, I would love to see that.
Also amending to add that information be gathered from caregivers and midwives with regard to options for people going forward.
Yeah.
Counselor, just making sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Counselor Murphy, are you done?
I'm done. Nope,
all right, now I got Counselor Sullivan. Counselor Sullivan?
Yep, thank you. I'm glad we're moving this to committee over the summer. We move as fast as we can on this. Everybody's mentioned about them moving forward with their plans to close it. And this part I don't mean as a joke, but with everybody locked down for 2 or 3 months, if anybody thinks there's not going to be a baby boom 6 to 9 months from now, we better get, we better get moving on this, because that's what's going to happen. That's going to be the next crisis.
All right, so with the 2 amendments to 27, motion would be to receive, refer to public safety, if I heard correctly.
Yep.
Copy to our state rep and state senator, and then the invite will go out from Ryan to the Hoyok Medical Center.
Can I ask a question? Are we able to send this to the Department of Public Health as
Yeah,
well?
you can.
Yeah, if we can. Thank you.
Maybe a copy to DGNR too, Mr. President?
Todd, the more I think about it, Council President, this probably should go to DGNR. Because I think Spiros has come before us in the past in that committee.
Counselor Bartley, do you have a meeting coming up anytime soon? I didn't know what your schedule was, so.
We'll get one set up. We'll expedite it.
Okay, so we can go to DGNR.
Okay. And it makes sense because Gladys is on that committee, so it might make sense.
Okay.
Thank you.
So motion is to send to DGNR, copy to Department of Public Health and the state delegation, as I'll call it.
Yep.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, thank you. Go back.
A, B, and C as a package, please.
Reports of committee 19A, B, and C as a package. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? 19A, Committee on Ordinance was referred in order the handicap sign be placed at 93 Jackson Street. Recommend that be adopted. B, the Committee on Ordinance was referred in order that the handicap sign be placed at 89 Waldo Street. Recommended that be adopted. And C is that a handicap sign be placed at 28 Clinton Ave. Recommended that that be adopted as well.
Motion to, thanks. Under discussion, they're all amendments to the traffic ordinance, putting handicap placards in place. They've been vetted by the Commission on Disabilities, who recommended that they all be adopted. So on the motion to receive and pass the first reading.
Motion is to receive, adopt, pass the first reading. Councilor Murphy,
Yeah.
your hands up? Okay.
Yeah, regarding the first one on Jackson Street,
Yep.
the way it's written is it can't be correct. I mean, it's 93 Jackson Street. It has nothing to do with White Street and the way the ordinance is written. So I went up there, and I'm not good at engineering type things, but I think I'd like to see it. This has been about 4 or 5 months for this person. I really want to make sure we get this through tonight, but it would end up being on instead of saying a point 80 feet north of the White Street, it would be a point east of the alley between High and Maple Street, and then 20 feet going east. I mean, the way it's written right now, this person would not get a handicap plate for another while, so it needs to be corrected. So it's basically, the address is right near the alley, and I'm assuming if we took 20 feet from the alley going down towards High Street on the northerly side of Jackson Street, that person would have a handicap spot right in front of the building.
So it reads a point 80 feet north of Dwight Street to a point 20 feet farther north. And you're saying that has to be amended there.
Yeah, because Dwight Street's not connected to Jackson Street, so.
Right.
Okay.
I mean, so what, again, I don't know how all these little things go into the writing, but basically on the northerly side, which is what that's correct, it would be at the easterly end of the alley going 20 feet east towards High Street would be what needs to get done in order to get this person what they're trying to get.
So they'll have to amend the legal notice.
It looks like they copied and pasted the three, traffic details for the 3 different handicap placards, and they forgot to make the text change for High Street.
Mr. President?
For Jackson, we're on Jackson.
Right, but you can see, it just looks like whoever was doing the legal form and the measurements, they just wound up, it looks to me like they were copying and pasting these different cells
Okay, I see what you're
And
saying.
so it's 80 feet north of, and I think that there's a copy and paste error there. So 80 feet north of, and I think this should be High Street, I believe.
Except that would really be westerly. That's what I'm saying. It's, you know,
Okay.
I went by there today because I saw this and I thought White Street.
Well, Crystal's here. Why don't we suspend the rules to ask Crystal if we can vote on it tonight with a correction, or if she wants to do something else?
Motion to suspend the rules.
Rules are all legal. All those in favor? All opposed? Hi, Crystal. How are you?
Hi. Which one did I mess up?
It was me. It's all me.
The 93 Jackson Street.
19A for 93 Jackson Street.
Okay. If you guys, I mean, if you want to vote on it, I can get the corrected. I copied what I got from Mike McManus for measurements, I thought. But I can get the corrected legal form to Brenna tomorrow if you guys want to vote and just acknowledge the fact that there's a mistake on there. But
Yeah, I'd be fine with that as long as I know it's going to get done. So,
okay.
I just wanted to make sure we got it. Thank you.
Just perfect. And Councilor Aiken, your hands up.
I'm all set now. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So, well, 19A, B, and C are for handicap placards. There is we'll need a fix on 19A. We're all understanding that we'll have that new legal given tomorrow to the clerk's office. So back to Councilor Lisi.
Motion that we pass the first reading.
Motion is to pass the first reading.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading.
Motion is to pass the second reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion that the passage be ordained.
Motion that the passage be ordained. The clerk will call a roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for all three, with the understanding that A will be amended tomorrow to have the correct numbers.
Anderson Burgos?
I don't think that he's here.
He is, just to let everyone know, Councilor Anderson Burgos has gone for the night. He's, for reasons we already disclosed, so.
Okay. Bartley?
Yes.
Graney?
Yes.
Hernandez?
Yes.
Leahy?
Yes.
LeBron Martinez?
Yes.
Lisi?
Yes.
McGee?
Yes.
McGivern?
Yes.
Murphy?
Yes.
Sullivan?
Yes.
Tallman? Tallman?
Peter, you're on mute still. Just an FYI.
Bacon?
Yes.
Is Peter still?
Might be having difficulty.
I asked him to unmute. I don't know if he's answered though.
All right,
Okay.
so.
I know he had to log in again. He was like kicked out and had to log in again. Something happened earlier.
Okay. Well, with your vote, you've approved A, B, and C. Off to 19D. Committee on Ordinances referred in order that the City Council meet with the Department of Public Works Superintendent to discuss the possibility of providing refuse disposal permits free of charge to renters, just as residential homeowners.
Motion that it be received and adopted.
Motion that receive and adopt under discussion.
Sorry, it's motion to pass the first reading, I guess.
Landlord motion is to pass the first reading under discussion.
Thank you. So this was an order filed by Councilors Murphy and LeBron Martinez, who wanted to figure out if there was a way to get renters access to the bulk waste drop-off. When, for example, the landlord wasn't up to date on their municipal fees and taxes. And what we decided to do was really create a lot more access and make it a lot more straightforward for the DPW to monitor and maintain. So Crystal sent around the legal form earlier today, and basically we're deleting the section that says that We're offering access to the drop-off center to renters, and there's a fee. And in its place, we're saying that the DPW shall establish a policy for access to the city's bulky waste and recycling drop-off center for all city residents. So that means renters and homeowners alike. Business and commercial disposal will not be accepted. And then the policy shall provide for a schedule of fees for this disposal of bulky waste, hours of operation, and list of materials. And so the thing that's really nice about this is, again, we're increasing access so that we're not differentiating between homeowners and renters here. Everybody has the ability, if they're a Holyoke resident, to drop off bulk waste disposal at the DPW garage. And we are allowing the DPW to develop by policy, an internal policy, the schedule of fees and hours of operation and the list of materials that it will and will not accept, which means that we don't have to make ordinance changes every time that the DPW has to amend things. And I think that's the good summary there. People want to ask questions about the types of items that would be dropped off. I do have the list here, but basically it's a pay-as-you-throw model. So like for most household items, there is actually like no charge. And I'm just looking here. So paint, batteries, light bulbs, metal, scrap metal and appliances, all no charge, but the things that the city of Holyoke has to actually pay to have disposed of at other vendor sites, we relay a portion of that charge onto our residents. So like free on items in the schedule that they propose would be $10, mattresses and furniture $10, computers $5, demolition debris would be a $20 per pickup truck bed fee. So it's very reasonable. It's in line with what other communities are charging. And again, it's really just based on the fact that the city of Holyoke has to pay to have to get rid of those items. Councilor Murphy and LeBron Martinez were the makers of the order, so I'll defer to them for any other comments.
Councilor Murphy?
Yeah, first of all, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank Mike McManus. I thought we did a pretty good job going through this. Benefits to this are going to be, I think, threefold. Obviously, the one benefit is that every Holyoker gets a chance to use the facility, paying for the fee that everyone else would be using. By going through all this process, though, I think that we have a potential where the hours are going to be maybe not as convenient, but really living up to the supply and demand. Right now, it's every day. And in some cases, there's very few people coming. And Mr. McManus thought it could be a possibility that he would be in a position to take some of those people that are working these other days and help to supplement other DPW operations. So, and I also, and I think he's in agreement on this, that he's going to maintain try to make sure that he keeps fees at a reasonable level so that at least they break even, but we're not looking to make a phenomenal amount of money on anybody. And he's seemed very supportive of that idea. So I think we got a lot of benefits, and it took a while, but I do appreciate the efforts, and I thank Mr. McManus for coming up with some suggestions. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Murphy, for the order and allow me to actually join you on this order. But I have a question. Like in Springfield, I know that if I'm not mistaken, they have to buy tickets, right, for big items because they can't. Some people may not have the access of a truck or something to get them down, but they have to put the sticker on their items that they already paid for a disposal fee. Is that possible that we can also consider something like that in Holyoke for the purpose of those who may not have access to a truck to move their items? Because I think that's going to also have a kind of challenge for some of those renters who may not have a truck.
Yeah, I think that if I may, Mr. President.
Good.
Yeah, I think that that's definitely something that we could explore. I think, you know, every time some of these bulk waste items come up, I do think that it's in an effort to cut down on the waste and trash that winds up on our city streets. So I think that, you know, it's worth having a conversation about it. I would say if you want to file a new order with me and other folks are interested in joining on, like we could file that and explore that with Mr. McManus. But I do think, you know, the more we could do to provide access to bulk waste disposal and get it off of our streets, keep the streets clean, is something that's going to work as a benefit for the city. So I'm interested in exploring it. I'll do that with you.
I appreciate it. Thank you. We'll consider.
All right, so with regards to 19D, the motion, if there's no other questions or comments, motion was to pass the first reading. Yep. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading.
Motion is to pass the second reading. See no comments. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion that the passage be ordained.
Motion that the passage be ordained. The clerk will call roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for 19D.
Bartley,
Yes.
Rainey,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy. Leahy,
I think we might have
LeBron
lost him.
Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Peter, you're still on mute if you can hear us. Okay. I'll text them.
Bacon.
Yes.
Jim, did you want to go back and vote?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, please.
11 yeas.
With your vote, you're approved 19D. 19E, Committee on Ordinance was referred in order that Heritage Street between Dwight Street and Appleton Street be changed to a one-way only. Recommended that be adopted.
Motion to receive and pass the first reading.
Motion is received, passed first reading. Our discussion, Councilor Lisi.
Thank you. So this is looking to turn Heritage Street between Appleton and Dwight into a one-way street from Appleton to Dwight. And one of the questions that came up in the discussion in committee was whether the police department and whether the district court would be in support of it. Bob Parent and Councilor McGivern both respectively reached out to those different parties and found that they were favorable. This is part of a larger set of updates that are happening to Dwight Street, Heritage, and Front Street through DOT, TIF, Chapter 90 funds, and Mass Works funds. It's going to be updating the streets and sidewalks there, including a bike lane. Presently, the layout for Heritage Street would be parking and then the bike lane and then the one-way car traffic, though some concerns were raised about the driver's side doors opening up into the bike lane. And Mr. McManus said that the bike lane is painted, and so it's very easy to change the position. But overall, the change is welcome. It's going to be tied into a number of updates, and it had support from both the committee 5-0, as well as the, again, police department and district courts.
Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. I did reach out to the chief, and I did speak with Judge Hadley in district court where I work, and both, for a couple reasons, are in favor of the one-way going from Appleton to Dwight Street. In the morning, the prisoners who have been arrested the day before, who have to go to the district court, are transported from the police station. You want that to be quick, efficient, and safe as possible. So it makes more sense to have the one-way coming from the police station to the courthouse. It does, not an inconvenience, but it does have our monthly parkers in Suffolk Street. We'll have to enter Suffolk Street from the only option would be going in from Appleton Street, but I don't see that as a problem. The reason this is taking place is the cobblestones are gone, which is great news because they served their purpose. They were put in 1979 as a CETA project. They're gone. It's the repaving is just about, the first part of repaving is just about complete. The road itself has been narrowed to accommodate pedestrian traffic more efficiently and more aesthetically. Tree belts have been back in. There's new trees already planted, new grass planted. The company doing this is doing a tremendous job. Now, the one drawback is with a paved asphalt road and with the bottleneck of traffic that exists in our downtown grid, which there is a project coming up, but it's about 1 or 2 years out. This is a cut through, and we've already seen some speed because the cobblestones used to slow people down. It was better than speed humps. Just make your street cobblestones, and you won't have any traffic speeding problems. I suggested to the city, to the DPW, we had Mr. McManus with us, not Bob Parent, that there are some pedestrian crosswalks that are going back in, and we just learned that they don't need to pass the ordinance plateau of what a speed hump does. These raised, according to, I guess, state law, these raised pedestrian crosswalks can be put in. I would give some examples of some that work and are good are in Northampton on Route 5 as you're coming and going from the downtown sector. I think there's 3 right now that I can, and on this street would be a big asset to slowing down speed and making sure people who are using it as a cut through are not just gonna speed through. But it's a great project, and they're doing a wonderful job. And I think the one way going from Appleton to Dwight makes a lot of sense.
Councilor Bartley?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I agree with everybody. I did reach out to Judge McLeod, and then I did reach out to Manny Matino, the clerk magistrate, and they concur with that as well. But they also added for safety reasons, not just to transfer prisoners, but should there be something happen at the district court. So time would be of the essence because the police would have a one-way direct access from Appleton Street right to the court. So I would be cautious to, even though we don't want to have speeders, that when the future city councils, and it won't be me, but when future city councils consider this as a cut through and as a speedway, that they also consider the fact that emergencies can and do happen, and that the district court personnel need to be protected to the extent that they can. So every second would count. So I would just want us to keep that in mind. Thank you.
No further discussion. Motion is to pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion to pass second reading.
Motion be to pass the second reading. See no discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion that the passage be ordained.
Motion is that the passage be ordained. The clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the change to a one-way.
Bartley,
Yes.
Rainey,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
Brown Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Coleman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
12 yeas.
With your vote, you approve the change off to finance. 20A, the Committee
Mr.
on
President, if we
Finance.
could suspend the rules.
Yep.
Take up 3 orders together.
Yep.
That would be 20A, 20F, and 20I.
I'll second that.
Motion to suspend rules, take up A, F, and I as a package. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 20A from Finance to refer to an MOA between the City of Holyoke and the Police Officers Local 388. 20F is that $184,245.99 from stabilization to pay for several line items, which would be parole officers, training, education, sick leave. And 20I is 8,000 from overtime to patrolmen.
Mr. President, for the purpose of beginning discussion and debate, I would make a motion on 20A that we receive it. It's a copy of the MOA itself for 388, known as patrolman. And that we, after tonight, we keep a copy of it in our archives. I'll be happy to keep that in the Finance Committee jacket. And on the other two financial issues, one from stabilization and one from the police budget itself, I'd make a motion to pass the first reading.
All right, so for 20A, the motion is that it be received.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? So that's just to hold as a copy. 20F and I is motion that it pass, receive, adopt, pass the first reading. Under discussion, Councilor McGivern.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I think you heard Councilor Leahy will be abstaining from this for reasons of a conflict. The committee has met 3 times, 2 lengthy discussions with the presidents, representing the union itself, with the law department, and with our new labor attorney on board to answer some questions. Just note that the attorney who negotiated the contract as delegated by the mayor, it is the mayor, the only person in the city who can negotiate a contract, is no longer with the city, but the law department was as up to date as possible to answer our questions. The president of the union who negotiated the contract was replaced. However, the vice president was part of the negotiation, Manny Rivera, who became the new president of this union itself. Just a few quick highlights. The monetary increases is what we are interested in. Our vote is on the financial impact a contract agreement has on a budget, and of course that is what we, in the initial year of a contract, that is what we have to vote on. But it also includes that we are aware of, and that's why we have 20A, a copy of the contract, and we had it well in advance of not just tonight's vote, but well in advance of the Finance Committee taking this up. We need to be aware of all the items that were negotiated in the contract. Just some of the quick highlights that are financial impacts. I call them cost of living increases, but the salary increases include 0.5% on July 1. This is retroactive of 2019, retroactive for this fiscal year. On July 1, 2020, it'll be a 1.5% increase. On July 1 of 2021, it'll be a 1% increase. I'm sorry, January 1 of 2021, a 1%. July 1st of 2021, a 1.5% increase. And the final increase is January 1st of 2022, a 1.5. Other items negotiated includes an increase for the use of Narcan. That's a 2% one-time increase that will take place on July 1st of 2019. There is some other increases in meals allowances and some other issues that deal with vacation and vacation days and buyback. One of the items that we discussed the most was the education incentive. And let me be clear, our Quinn bill is the historic education incentive for the police department. As we know, several years ago, the state used to pay 50% of that. They reneged on their obligation, stopped paying it. The city picked up the full percentage of the Quinn bill itself. However, we grandfathered at that time, our police force, that for those who had college degrees, and a new negotiation known as the education incentive was replacing the Quinn bill for all new hirees. Up until this contract, that was a flat rate, which they received accordingly for the associate's degree, a bachelor's degree, and a master's degree. This contract, this MOA, has a replacement of the flat rate with percentages. A 6%, if this contract passes, a 6% for the associate's degree, a 10% increase for a bachelor's degree, and a 12% increase for a master's degree. There are currently, of our makeup, there are 24 members in the police department that are part of this contract who are under the education incentive. There is, Quinn bills are mostly superior officers. There is one one police officer who gets the education incentive, who gets the who gets the flat rate itself at the moment. The reason I point that out is that earlier this year, we agreed to the mayor's negotiation with the superior officers, which did include most of what we see in this contract, but it did not change the flat rate of the education incentive. It left that alone, but they have language in their agreement with the city that if the patrol officers' education incentive were to change, they have the right to reopen their contract. That would be, they would still have to negotiate, but they have the right not to wait until the end of the contract, but to reopen it to address this issue itself. The Finance Committee, as I'm sure many of you watched, if you weren't with us, asked a ton of questions. We originally had concern because the mayor had proposed to use $210,000 from stabilization to pay for the retroactive pay of the increases from this contract, the impact that it would have for this fiscal year. The mayor, as we know at the last city council meeting, amended that, and he put two different bills in front of us. That would be the items that we are acting on. From stabilization, the new figure is $184,245.99. It will go into various line items that would have the impact of increases because of this contract. Because the total amount for this year is $210,000. The additional transfer from overtime is $8,000. And I spoke to the chief, and Sergeant Hart was with us, and Manny Rivera was with us in the Finance Committee meeting. And I called up the chief again and spoke to him a second time. He has the rest of the money. It's approximately $17,000 to get to the 210 as surplus money within line items right now. He cited a variety of reasons because of the COVID emergency with the parades and special events that have been canceled. A lot of overtime money that was dedicated towards those events has not been used, and he cited that will not be, and as we see tonight, asking for any additional monies for the rest of this fiscal year. So that backs up the fact that he can handle the $210,000. After a lot of discussion, we felt that the stabilization money, if it was stayed at the 210, would have brought us over that magical $750,000 mark that we agreed to when we found out our free cash was being taken away from us, but that the assessors cited the new increases in single-family homes had an additional impact on the city, which typically at this point of the budget of the year we could not use. The DOR allowed us to use it, and as we know, by DOR design, we had to put that in stabilization. But we felt it important that we don't go over that 750 mark to show both our bond raters and Wall Street and so forth that we are stable in terms of what we're trying to do with stabilization and how we're trying to pay for our daily operations budget. This has a significant impact on the police budget. We had a lengthy discussion about the percentages, and the reason being is at the first meeting I asked our auditor and to work with the police department to do some projections. Now each of you received a copy of this. They are projections, and the reason is that even though I'm a strong and will always be an advocate for the Quinn bill and the concept of education incentive for the police department, it was a mistake back in the 70s going into the 80s when the Quinn bill was accepted that they did it by percentage and not by flat rate. And the reason I say that is percentages are not as controllable as a flat rate. Both can be increased, but a percentage is automatic when a base salary is increased. So the projections by the auditor show that there's no significant impact this year and probably for the next 5, 6, 7 years. In the 10th year, we start seeing that percentage is based on average COLA increases, and she used a very conservative 1.55%, does start to show an impact on the percentage itself. I noted to the police union, to the chief, that this is not unprecedented, that where we've had contracts that will tap a budget in a given year, and where sometimes this will actually reverse what the education incentives are trying to do, which is attract good people for police work and educated people for police work. Obviously, it sometimes can force the city to reduce the size of the force to be able to pay for it. But they're concerned, and quite frankly, I think I agree with it. I'll let the committee speak for itself. We did vote 4-0 to recommend to adopt the contract this evening. My own personal feelings are it's across the board. It's most of the percentages are fair. We did the Narcan, whether we agreed or disagreed with it completely, for the superior officers, and I think the patrol officers are using Narcan even more than what the superior officers are. The chief did cite some good examples of where it's been used and lives have been saved, and I think it's because of the opioid epidemic itself. It's part of the times. The reason I support and again, I think in these difficult times with the COVID emergency, our police officers, all our public safety people, but our police officers are working in a situation where they are dealing with almost on every call with the possibility of COVID being present. And I think the fact that they have not had an increase for some time now, that this retroactive is a plus to what they've been doing for us. It's a reasonable in terms of the percentages, contract negotiated. It's something that we can afford if we adopt the transfers this evening. On the education incentive, I came to grips with that over the weekend, and I'll tell you where I feel, as all of us and as this entire country has been watching what is going on with the movement because of the both the Minnesota and now the other police involved and murder. There are now murder charges in terms of what the country is facing in terms of issues with police departments and the way they use excessive force itself, is that we need now more than ever to hire educated police officers. And I think that if you look at these degrees, whether at Collier Community College, you can get associates, Westfield State, Western New England, and I believe other four-year colleges offer the bachelor's degree, are addressing all this in terms of community policing, in terms of the way police do business. And I think we not only do we have to offer an incentive and help our police officers to pay for these degrees, a bachelor's and a master's degrees are very expensive these days, is that it makes sense. And I think we want an educated police force. So for the reasons I support the Quinn bill, I do support this contract, and I ask each of you to consider that this evening. If we pass the transfers, the contract will be good for 3 years. If we fail to pass the transfers, the contract will have to go back to the table for further negotiations. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Any further discussion? No? So with that, 28 was already received. 20F and 20I were up as a package. Motion was to pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion to pass the second reading?
Well, hold on. I was just going to say to the nays, before I can say, or there are any nays, a lot of people are on, they're all muted. So just remember to unmute. So motion was to pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading?
Motion is to pass the second reading. Clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for 20F and I as a together.
Bartley,
Yes.
Greenie,
Yes.
Hernandez,
You're on mute.
Yes.
Leahy,
He's abstaining.
oh yeah, LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Councilor Lisi, you're on mute.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tolman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Ten yeas.
With your vote, you approve the transfers. Back to 20B.
If I could, Mr. President, make a motion to suspend the rules to take up several items as a package.
Sure.
Second.
20B, 20D, 20E, 20J, and 20L.
Motion is suspend rules, take up B, D, E, J, L as a package. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? B is 6,000 from stabilization to dues, refer back to order. D is 100,000 from stabilization to streetlights, refer back to order. 75,000 from stabilization to special counsel, refer back to order. That's 20E. 20J is 9,300 from coordinator to, and there's a few different temp seasonal stuff, refer back to the order. L is 6,000 from stabilization to legal claims, refer back to order. Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's the end of the fiscal year. The Finance Committee did a look at and tried to clear our folder of all financial transfers, being that at the end of the fiscal year, they're a moot point, also to keep allowing our auditor to keep the correct accounting of items that were placed in front of us. About 4 of these items are from stabilization to various, they're actually being withdrawn from the department heads, most are the mayor himself, but they're also note that if we were to pass them, they would bring us over that 750,000 mark, which I doubt that even if we tried to, that they would pass this year. The Parks Department, we met with her, Terry Shepard, in the budget hearing last night, and it's similar reasons to what she gave the committee on what's happening in the parks and what things she cannot do because of the COVID emergency itself and how they're going to replan. But she no longer needs this transfer because I think some of this is to the pools or some of it is to the opening of the pools, and she just is asked to withdraw it. I asked, we started this a couple of meetings ago, that instead of, because we can only vote appropriation transfers up or down, but we found a better way to do it. It's not only quicker, but it makes more sense, is we can't give them leave to withdraw, but we can return them to the petitioner, to the requester. So I suggest our motions down in the future would be returned to the auditor for accounting purposes.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, the motion is to refer back to the auditor. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 20C. Committee on Finance has referred that they're hereby appropriated $565 from fire chief to emergency management stipend.
Motion to pass the first reading.
Motion is receive, adopt, pass the first reading. Under discussion.
I think this is self-explanatory, but we did have the chief in to ask questions. Jeff Peskopowski was with us, doing a fantastic job. As we know, we just recently appointed Mr. Trask to become the emergency management director. This was the money that was in the line item for the chief's salary that the chief of police would have gotten if they remained, if Chief Peskopowski remained the emergency management director. He did not for reasons that are good, and this is the money that has to be transferred out and transferred into a line item that can become the stipend for Mr. Trask. This is just for the rest of this fiscal year.
All right. Seeing no discussion, motion is to pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion to pass second reading?
Motion is to pass the second reading. Clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the transfer.
Bartley,
Yes.
Greeny,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi, McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
With your vote, you approve the transfer. 20H, Committee on Finance was referred in order that CPAC recommendation to award a grant to Canal Row LLC. 90,000 be approved. Grant is to work on the building historic preservation. I recommend that be adopted.
Make a motion to receive and adopt.
Motion is to receive, adopt. Under discussion.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Finance Committee had Kip Foley, Chairman of the CPA Committee itself, Mike Sullivan, who is our representative, in before us to discuss this latest award through the CPA process itself. If you're familiar with the Cubit building down on Ray Street itself, these are the same developers, the two brothers that have done the Cubit over. And I believe they own this piece of property, which I believe, Mike, is 130 Ray Street. They're going to develop it. Part of their plans is to make it into a restaurant. And it's a fascinating project itself. It also is a great, asset to that neighborhood. Between ZTEC and the Gateway community itself, and between the Cubit and everything that's happening down there, it's just a wonderful big plus fitting for the city, and of course the Canal Walk. This did have a letter. We did get a copy of it, requested by Councilor Sullivan, I believe, that the Historic Commission did sign off that there is historical significance. The importance of that is it fills one of the categories that CPA must fill. They told us it's not an annual basis, but it's an cumulative basis that sooner or later they have to give so much to housing, so much to historical buildings. And Mike, I'll let you take it from here because I forget the third part of the categories. But that's the committee did recommend 4-0 in favor.
Open space. But,
thank you.
Yes, this is a great one because for once we're ahead of a curve on a building. Also, it's not suffering from demolition by neglect. And it doesn't, even if it doesn't land out getting used as a restaurant, this is exterior facade work. So that would continue for, I believe, 25 years, that even if it was to transfer or be used for something else, that facade work would have to remain, and it all has to be done to the Secretary of the Interior standards. It's a really unique building. I don't know if you mentioned this already or not, Joe. I mean, everybody says it's the Armor Building. It was a place where the freight trains actually, I believe, pulled it right. It was a butcher shop, and really unique shaped building. It's hard to describe. I think a lot of people recognize this where Holyoke Street School used to be. So this is a pretty good one. It's the Luzuriaga brothers. They did a great job with the Cubit, and the space between this building, the Armor Building, and the Cubit. Just this week, they tore down another derelict building there to open that entire lot up for development, which will be for, I believe, market rate apartments and condominiums. So I think it's a great use of the CPA funds.
During the, Mr. President, during the committee meeting, Mr. Councilor Sullivan told us a little bit more about the design of the building and referred to it as a trapezoid shape. I had to go back to my geometry days to figure out what that meant, but he was right.
I did well in geometry, but not algebra. So,
if there's no further discussion, motion is to. Well, actually, it's not past first reading. Clerk will call a roll, especially with these. We just do a roll call to approve the transfer.
Bartley?
Yes.
Greeny?
Yes.
Hernandez?
Yes.
Leahy?
Yes.
LeBron Martinez?
Yes.
Lisi? McGee?
Yes.
McGivern?
Yes.
Murphy?
Yes.
Sullivan?
yes.
Tallman?
Yes.
Bacon?
Yes.
11 yeas.
With your vote, you approve the CPAC. 20K, Committee on Finance will refer in order that 1,100 from hardware, software to dues and subscriptions. Recommend that be adopted.
Motion to receive and pass the first reading.
Motion is received, pass the first reading. Our discussion.
Mr. Boomberg came into the Finance Committee Zoom meeting We had a discussion. This $1,000 would be to pay the city's portion of the MMA dues itself. I know in the past we've had discussions about MMA, but after talking with Mr. Bloomberg and witnessing not only, and Councilor Bartley pointed out, over the years, and I've always been a big fan myself of MMA, the information that they provide us and the way that they provide information, whether it's the annual meeting where we can go down and participate with groups, participate in discussions, their meetings with selectmen, aldermen, city councilors, in regions, both in our regions, to have similar discussions to find out what's going on, that they serve a great purpose. But Councilor Leahy pointed out that even now, their purpose has increased with the COVID emergency and what they've been doing in terms of information and bringing us together for good discussions. So for $1,000 transfer, the committee voted for nothing to recommend in favor of it.
For Councilor Leahy.
Yeah, thank you. And Mr. Bloomberg also did mention too that we were the last member, I think, out of all the communities in Massachusetts to pay. We'll get there. We're not the fastest ones, but we'll get there. But as Joe said, I've been attending maybe at least one Zoom call a week with the MMA regarding the COVID situation. And a lot of that information I've been putting forth on, Hell Hoyoke and many other different venues. They're providing a lot of good information for cities and towns, and we kept turning around and coming around with the MMA. Thank you.
Councilor Tallman.
Yeah, I just want to agree with my colleagues. It's a great organization. I've been to a couple of the conferences, one up at UMass, one up in Amherst, selectmen, counselors, and the like. Very informative meetings, great people that work for them, and I think it's definitely an asset to have our community be part of that.
See no other discussion. Motion is to pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading.
Motion is to pass the second reading. The clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the transfer.
Bartley,
Yes.
Greeny,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy, LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi, McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
With your vote, you approve the transfer. 20M, the Committee on Finance was referred $21,700 from Assistant Solicitor to Special Counsel. Recommend that it be adopted.
Make a motion to receive, pass the first reading.
Motion is receive, adopt, pass the first reading. Under discussion.
We had Crystal Varnzen, our city solicitor, to discuss this. It breaks down to several line items. It comes from, first of all, the Assistant City Solicitor, $21,700, which is the balance of money that's left over from our attorney who left the city mid-year or a little after mid-year. With the balance in there, we've already heard, and we've had them in for at least 2 or 3 meetings already, that the law department went to a outside counsel, Attorney Dupre, for the purpose of labor negotiations, and for, he gets a monthly, not stipend, all you attorneys help me out, a monthly
Retainer.
Thank you, Attorney Bartley. To provide those services, and at the moment it makes sense. Crystal's probably going to look at what she's going to do for next year and perhaps keep him on board, because it's really financially it seems to be a good deal. This also goes into a line item which I've asked Crystal and the auditor to correct, which is known as special counsel. That's a catch-all for any of the special counsels that are hired by the law department, or mostly just for suits that the city is up against at the time. That includes Attorney Emma and a number of others, but Attorney Emma on this particular transfer is one of the bigger ones. We've asked, and I agree with this, although I said it where I think I caused some confusion in finance, that these would be broken down for us as we go throughout the year, so we know what counsel was getting paid for what and for what suit. And I know each of us probably have some concerns about particular lawsuits, but when push comes to shove, it's just one line item. Although I hope next year the auditor and the state solicitor is going to separate the labor council out of this line item, and if they keep Attorney Dupre on, and make it a separate line item so that they're not in violation of Mass General Law. But these transfers are periodic. As you all know, we meet with the state solicitor 2 or 3 times a year, a lot of times in executive session to discuss these pending lawsuits. We don't always agree with the way the mayor is negotiating them, but we do have to act on the appropriation. What it comes down to is this $21,700 is already, the city's been billed. It's money that we are owed to the counselors, and the committee recommended on a vote of 4 to 1 that the transfer take place, that the bills can be paid.
Counselor Tallman.
I'm all set.
Okay, Counselor Leahy.
Yes, thank you. I'm not sure if Counselor Bartley is on this. I think he'd be interested.
Counselor Bartley's here.
Okay, good. This past week in the finance meeting, we had Crystal in. I'm sure Crystal will go with us. And I gave her some props because she had told us that she goes through, the billing hours, and she found, I think, Crystal, you can correct me if I'm wrong, about 5 hours that, and I don't want to say the attorney's name, but 5 hours that were kind of, I don't want to put words into her mouth, but I think she made a comment that it should take only 2 hours to do one of these, and it took this person 3 hours. So she saved the city about 5 hours, which is, she's watching her checkbook. That's what she should be doing, and I give her props. But it just concerns me that any attorney would be kind of inflating their hours. I'm not saying anybody's inflating their hours, but if our attorney's looking at their bills and she knocked off 5 hours, that's significant. That adds up. So I just want to once again give Crystal some props. Thank you.
There's no other discussion. The motion was to pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading.
Motion is to pass the second reading. The clerk will call a roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the transfer.
Bartley,
Yes.
Rainey,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
No.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
10 yeas, 1 nay.
For your vote, you approve the transfer 20N. The Committee on Finance was referred $210,391 from stabilization to, this would be for the police contract. Recommended that be denied.
Mr. President, if I could, or just to make it more simple, just make a recommendation that we refer it back to the auditor.
Pleasure.
This is what was the original order that the mayor gave us that he replaced, that we adopted earlier, the $184,700 some dollars. And the reason I separated this from house cleaning in the finance committee is in the finance committee, and I believe this evening Councilor Leahy wants to abstain from voting this, even though we're returning it back because it involves the police department salaries itself. This is no longer needed. It's withdrawn by the mayor, but we're returning it for accounting purposes at the end of the year.
Councilor Leahy, you have your hand up, or is that from before? Councilor Bartley?
Yeah, thank you. I'm not 100% sure why we can't just deny it. It may or may not have been withdrawn by the mayor, but that was only after this body said no. So we made the agreement in December 17th to be exact. It was a compromise, and then apparently the compromise went by the wayside, but at least we stood firm and said no. And I think most of us saw the budget that we have coming up. I forget, Mr. President, how much it's out of balance.
1.3.
What? So it's 1.3 out of balance. I hope there's some way that the majority of this body can get us close to balance, or closer to balance, starting July 1st than the mayor left us. I mean, that's our responsibility, Mr. President. And so we took a vote last December. It was a compromise vote. The mayor signed off on it, and then we had to go through this. Now, fine. I don't remember the legal opinion that came to us to say that we can just refer this back to the auditor. I don't remember seeing that, but I'll stand corrected. It should just be denied. I mean, it's maybe it's just semantics, Mr. President, but the public should know that at least in this instance, the city council stood firm and at least stood up for the taxpayer, and at least forced the mayor and the police department to search its budgets and to adhere to its end of the compromise that we made on December 17th. And that's it. Thank you.
Is that a motion?
Well, just to back up, Councilor Bacon, and not to cut you off, but the order states have considered the same and recommended that the order be denied.
Right.
Now, Councilor McGivern did ask to recommend to go to the auditor. There was not a second to that, so it's still on that it be denied, just to give everyone the heads up.
Okay.
So the vote currently is to deny. Since there wasn't a second to recommend to the auditor, we're back to deny, which then is there any other discussion? Councilor Bartley, your hand's still up or no? Or...
Oh, I forgot to look. Thank you.
Making sure?
No, all good.
All right. Councilor McGivern.
I made the motion. We just did several of these, and it made sense. We've done this in prior meetings, and it makes sense. We don't need a legal opinion for common sense, and that's what this is. We had an agreement, that reaches the $750,000 mark, which is being honored by returning this to the mayor. We just returned 5 orders similar to this to the auditor, and we're doing it for accounting purposes. If push came to shove, we could still transfer this money into these line items. They're not needed, they wouldn't be used, and it makes no sense. To go through the motions of denial requires a roll call vote, and it requires one by one to go down those things. So that's why I've asked the council, and up until this one particular, you've agreed with what I've said. If we want to discuss the budget, which I guess we started to discuss on this motion, I'd love to discuss the budget, but I think I'll reserve my comments for next week.
Yeah, for this one, Councilor McGivern, the other orders did say that, order to refer to the auditor, of which we took that up and passed it as it was written and recommended from the committee. This one came out from the committee as to deny. So I'm just reading it as the committee had voted on it, just to gain clarity here.
Well, that's fine, Mr. President,
but we have done it. We have done it in the past, which is
as to how we're doing it. And yep. I made the motion. I know it wasn't seconded. I'm asking someone to second it, but
with these, I'll just make one thing. When they come up, and I know we're trying to do something a little different, I go back to the Brian Smith days of he would like it recorded as yes or no for transfers. That way he was able to.
Oh, he froze.
As senior member, I'll take over as our president is frozen.
Oh, he's back.
Back. I froze. Yeah, I was just saying that the way Brian Smith taught me way back when was voted up or down so he could track it better. That's how he tracked them instead of being referred back to him. He wanted the final vote in order to track the number.
Right.
Mr. President?
Yep.
I was with Brian longer than you were. I'll just point out, you're correct, and that's what I said earlier, but I found a way to get around the roll call vote. But this is a little different. This was, we took a replacement order for this item. So therefore, we can't have, he always said this, you don't have two orders in front of you at the same time. He would ask us to return the order that was being replaced by the new order, and that's what we're doing this evening. But I'll do whatever the city council wants because I'm just trying to save time and we're taking up time.
More time.
All right, so motion is to pass the first reading to deny. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading to deny.
Motion is to pass the second reading to deny. If you vote yes, you're voting yes to deny. Just so we're all on the same page.
Bartley,
Yes.
Greeny,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy, LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
No.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tolman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
9 yeas.
With your vote, you approve the denial. 20-0, which is Committee on Finance was referred $1,020 from Senior Clerk Police to pay part-time Senior Clerk Police to pay Senior Clerk Police.
It's a pay, the second part is the payroll senior clerk.
Oh, okay. So
Motion to receive, pass the first reading.
motion is receive, adopt, pass first reading under discussion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, everybody, for listening to me this evening. This is a real quick conversation with Sergeant Hart. They had a clerk who has the lower pay part-time senior clerk pay, who was acting out of grade and being trained to do payroll. By contract, it requires that they get the acting out of grade pay. This transfer would satisfy that requirement.
See no further discussion. Motion is to pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading.
Motion is passed the second reading. Clerk will call a roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the transfer.
Bartley,
Yes.
Greeny,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy.
Yes, and Britt, I abstained in the last vote.
Oh, okay, sorry.
It's okay.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi, McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tolman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Mr.
Will you vote-
President,
Oh, yeah, Counselor Bacon.
if I may, under suspension of rules, in collaboration with the Chairman of Finance, I'm asking us to suspend the rules to take an order that was sent to Finance on March 10th, agenda item number 49. An order filed by me that any transfers from personnel budget lines to overtime, 51300 to 51399, require approval by the City Council to take it out of committee and refer it to Ordinance Committee, please.
President, I would second that.
Okay, so taking out, just so you say it again, Counselor, just so Ryan and them can track it.
Okay, so the order is agenda number 49 from the March 10th City Council meeting, where it was referred to Finance. And so I'm asking for a suspension of rules to take it out of Finance to refer it to Ordinance, please.
All right, so motion is suspend the rules, take an item out of committee, which is item number 49 from the March 10th meeting, which was sent to Finance. We want to take it out of Finance currently. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Now the motion is to take it
Refer
and
to the
send it
committee on ordinance.
Refer it to committee on ordinance.
Second.
Correct.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Mr.
That way
President,
we should be able to track it better. I know it's Zoom.
if I could, Mr. President,
Councilor McGivern.
I just want to, Councilor Bacon called me up, and this probably should have been an ordinance in the first place, because if adopted, which it probably will be, it has to be in ordinance form. But we had a little bit of misplacing with COVID stuff and where hard copies went. But I let our administrative assistant know that Linda and I were going to make the motion this evening. I apologize. I meant to tell you, and I just didn't get around to it. But my mistake. Sorry.
No worries. All set, Councilor Bacon?
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay. No problem. All right, so off to, get my agenda back. We're now off to Public Safety Committee 21A, which is the Committee on Public Safety was referred in order that the mayor provide the funds needed to upgrade the electrical system at Wisteriahurst. Recommend that be complied with.
Make a motion the committee report be received and adopted.
Motion is that receive, adopt, that's been complied with. Our discussion, Councilor Murphy.
Yeah, this was an order that I had filed back in February of 2019, and we had a few public safety committee meetings before, but now with the fact that, and I commend I'm drawing a blank. Pressler, okay, and also the city engineer, Mr. Parent, for getting both the CPAC grant and also some other grants. And it's my understanding that they're looking for a fall opening with a building that is up to snuff and safe for all people to use, and it'll be a great improvement.
All right, so motion that to receive and adopt as complied with. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 21B, Committee on Public Safety was referred in order that the police department locate their community policing truck on the corner of Sargent and Walnut, as there is incredible influx of heroin trafficking from 308 Walnut and members installed across the street from 300 Walnut Street. Shots fired and now fireworks on a daily basis have considered the same. Recommended and referred to HPD.
Yeah, recommend that we write a letter and make a motion the committee report be received and adopted.
Okay.
And
motion to receive, adopt.
Chief was unable to make chronic situations going on, so he couldn't make it. I did speak with him after, and I know Councilor Hernandez has some concerns as well. One, in terms of the community policing thing with the virus going around, he has indicated he's trying not to have it there, but as soon as we get things a little bit more under control in terms of the COVID-19, he will emphasize putting some people there. And he's also aware of the issue in terms of the fireworks and things along that line. So there's an order I've got in there, and you're welcome to Senator Councilor Hernandez, that would also deal with the fireworks issue. But he did know, and he knows there's some legal concerns in terms of what's going on there, and they are trying to deal with it. But they also will do the community policing thing as soon as they feel it's comfortable to have people coming in and out to the truck.
All right. So motion is to receive, adopt, and send to the HPD.
Correct.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 21C, Committee on Public Safety was referred in order that DPW and the city engineer advise the city council on installation of more efficient catch bases, especially at West Glen Street. Recommend that be complied with.
And make a motion the committee report be received and adopted.
Motion is receive, adopt. Councilor Murphy.
Yeah, just we did have Mr. McManus at the meeting, and he indicated that the potential costs for repairing it was about $3,000. I did connect Councilor Bartley with Mike Williams from Suez today, and I believe they're going to be meeting to go over that. And I know Councilor Bartley would like to have it resolved. I know originally we were talking when we need to repave the road, and I think Councilor Bartley correctly wants to get this resolved as soon as possible. So I know, I'm pretty sure he's meeting with Mike Williams from Suez in the near future to go over it. Kind of defer to Councilor Bartley.
You summed it up. Thank you. No, perfect summary.
Okay. So motion is to receive, adopt. That's been complied with. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 21D, Committee on Public Safety was referred in order that the city engineer consider the possibility of constructing a speed hump on South Bridge Street. adjacent to Valley Arena Park. Recommended that it be complied with.
And I make a motion, committee report be received and adopted.
Motion is receive, adopt. Councilor Murphy?
Yeah, and again, this was originally prior to the award of the money that we got for the reconstruction of the streets and sidewalks and parks in South Holyoke. Now with that, the city engineer has indicated that there will be a raised sidewalk both near Carlos Vega Park and also near Valley Arena Park. So it certainly resolves that issue, and hopefully it'll slow traffic down.
Okay, motion, Councilor McGivern.
This is where we learned that these raised pedestrian crosswalks don't have to pass the test like speed humps do. And I think this is a tremendous asset to mitigating speed in especially a lot of our neighborhoods where there are short streets, but high speed seems to take place, and I fully support it.
Thank you.
All right, so motion is to receive, adopt. That's been complied with. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed. 21E, the Committee on Public Safety was referred in order that the mayor, law department, and police department provide an update to the Public Safety Committee regarding the nuisance complaint for the building at Appleton and I guess Elm Street, 556, or Hamp, I guess it would be Hamp, 556 South Bridge Street. Can we expect a greater police presence with the landlord's cooperation in the near future? Recommended that's been complied with.
Motion committee report be received and adopted.
Motion is that they receive, adopt. Our discussion.
We did meet with Crystal, and I think Sean from Board of Health was there as well, and we had the fire chief was there. I know Crystal feels like we've made some progress in terms of working with the landlord. It's also a possibility that there may be some transfer of property to another landlord. We're not sure if that's going to happen, but that was part of the discussion. And we're still trying to make sure, hold them accountable, hold all landlords accountable that they maintain their properties, but that they also make sure that it's safe, and that if there's people violating either legal or fire laws or whatever, that we take care of them. So, I mean, I appreciate the effort that the city solicitor and others have put in here. I know I'll be asking for probably in the next 3 to 6 months another report from the police and fire to see what's going on in those buildings, just in case things start to act up again. But as of right now, I think we've gone as far as we can. We're still going to keep watching it and hopefully keep making improvements.
What was the building again, Murphy?
The one on Appleton and Elm Street.
Okay. Yep. Okay. Yep. That's what I thought. Okay. Thank you.
The other one was in South Holyoke by the Valley Arena Park.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Owned by the same person.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
All right, so motion is to receive, Councilor McGivern, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to point out that I'm in and out of these buildings on too much of a regular basis with my full-time job, and the element of tenants that are breaking the law, are much higher than in normal buildings. And it just needs not just the cooperation of the landlord, but we need to be on top of this. And I commend Councilor Murphy for bringing this, to the table, Councilor Brown Martinez, because these hotspots are what, bring down this city, overall. And they're not very big hotspots these days because our police department's been doing a great job in enforcement. But it would be great if we got all landlords to cooperate with the police department, with the Board of Health, and with the building department when it comes to bad tenants.
Any further comments? Seeing none, motion is to receive, adopt as been complied with. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? There was no public service, no DGNR, no charter rules, no joint committee. So off to motions, orders, and resolutions. First one is from Councilor Graney. Order that the stop sign facing north at the intersection of Portland Street and Mackenzie be made more visible to the traffic moving north on Portland Street, so that to be moved to the other side of the street. High bushes and parked vehicles are concealing the sign. Dangerous situation.
Make a motion to refer it to Public Safety Committee.
Second.
Motion is to receive, refer to Public Safety. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? 27 from Councilor LeBoer Martinez, we did that one. 28 from Councilor McGee, order that Rule 1 of the City Council be suspended for the purposes of the City Council gone on summer recess, and that the July 7th, July 21st, and August 18th meetings be canceled.
Motion received.
To receive and adopt. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Let's see here. 29 from Councilor McGee, that's the council change 2 polling locations for the September 1st, 2020 state primary and November 3rd presidential election. Under Mass General Law, Chapter 54, Section 24, the City Council can vote to change the polling locations up to 20 days before an election. The proposed changes are as follows: 3A Elmwood Fire Station to Metcalf School, 1B Prospect Heights to City Hall. So kind of what we did last time.
Make a motion to approve.
Receive and approve.
Motion is to receive and approve. Any discussion on it? It's just doing Councilor Bartley.
Yeah, one sec, Mr. President. Yeah, where are we with, thank you for taking this up. So, well, I just remind me, we referred this issue to a committee for discussion. So it looks like this is not going to happen for this election year, but
charter and rules.
Okay, so okay, well, that makes perfect sense. So I kind of had a feeling we were going to have to do this for the election for this year, but we'll take up in charter rules. Thank you.
Okay. So motion is to receive and adopt and allow for the changes. Does the clerk need a roll call for this or no? Or
Yeah, because we have to send it to the Secretary of State's office.
all right, so clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting to allow for the change of the 2 locations. Oh wait, I'm sorry. Hold on, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Councilor Bacon, did you have a question? You're on mute still. You're on mute. Councilor Bacon, you're on mute.
Just as a point of order, could we also refer it? So we'll take it up through the committee.
To charter and rules.
It broke up. I didn't hear it. What?
So we'll receive and adopt this, but could we also refer it to charter and rules so that we can deal with it in committee for the future?
Yep, sure. We'll send a copy to charter and rules. Councilor Lisi.
Thanks. I just was wondering, I know we sent out notice via mail to people who were affected by this change for the special state election, but are we going to be sending out additional notifications for these other 2 or just one with the general and the primary?
We're going to have to send out notification again because the one that I sent out for the special election was only specific to the special election, but I'm going to just send one mailing this time that will say that it's for both of these elections. So we'll only have to do one mailing for the 2.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Okay, so the motion is to receive and adopt. The clerk will call a roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the polling changes.
Bartley?
Is it working?
He voted
He's saying
yes.
but
Okay.
it's not
Rainey?
working.
Yes.
Hernandez?
Yes.
Leahy?
Yes.
LeBron Martinez?
Yes.
Lisi?
Yes.
McGee?
Yes.
McGivern?
Yes.
Murphy?
Yes.
Sullivan?
Yes.
Tallman?
Yes.
Bacon?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Maybe vote you approve the change. 30 from Council.
President McGee?
Yeah.
I had to abstain for the vote, but I was just curious. Could you just tell me what the number was? How the vote went?
For which one?
For the police union's contract.
I can
Or
tell
maybe
you.
I go through and go to our city clerk.
It was 10 yeas, 2 absent, and 1 abstain.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome. 30 from Councilor McGee, order. This is a second request that the city council be provided with the contracts that the city has with renting out the former tax collector's office to Mass DOT. Also with regards to moving the personnel to the annex building and the school department running a cafe in City Hall. Second request, I have not received anything from the mayor's office or from legal. So I did receive an email from school committee member Den Sheehan. He has said that they have no contract with regards to the cafe at City Hall. So motion would be to receive and send to the mayor's office and legal requesting that update.
We refer a copy also to DGNR.
Yep, and a copy to DGNR. Why don't you send it to DGNR with the copy to the others and have the committee take it up?
I do. Sounds good.
So moved. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 31 from myself, order that the auditor provide the city council with the contract the school and the city has regarding the school resource officers. That was mentioned in the budget. We haven't received it yet.
Receive, adopt, and refer to the auditor.
Second.
Receive, adopt, refer to the auditor. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 32 from Councilor McGee, order that the auditor come before the finance committee to give an update on the procedures now in place to address the tracking of department grants and reconciling them. Motion will be receive.
Receive, refer to the auditor.
But what committee? Finance? Go to finance?
Finance with a copy to the auditor?
Yep, finance with a copy to the auditor.
Mr. President,
Councilor
just as a
Bacon.
point of information, we had adopted an order in the past that the auditor would come in quarterly to provide us with updates in finance. So it'd be good if we could just get a schedule going on that. Thanks.
Okay. Yeah, this is another thing we, in the budget process we talked about, and just have her come in. I know she was going through it here and there, but it wasn't enough time to really get into it. So we'll send it to finance. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Myself again, sorry for all the stuff. I was up late. From Councilor McGee, order that the DPW remove and replace all the carpets in City Hall departments. The aging condition of the current carpet is dangerous and is a health issue.
Send to the
Receive,
DPW.
adopt, and refer, and can I have my name added to that, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
And Todd, Councilor President.
Yep.
I think you had filed this sometime before, and I think that our colleague Juan had asked for maybe, actually no, now I think about it, it was for the actual chambers itself, and
Correct.
maybe not have carpets at all, because in kind of a public building like this, maybe it's better to have hardwood floors or some sort of other material.
Yeah, I know they're going to look at that as an option. I know within the departments, we're told that some departments really don't have hardwood floors; they have plywood underneath. So that would be one of the reasons. I'll defer to DPW as to how they want to do it. But
absolutely,
if you've seen some of these offices, and what I do find funny is the prior order about the contracts for Mass DOT, they put a brand new carpet in there. But yet, if you look at the assessor's office,
right,
the office, they're held together with duct tape from the 80s. So just saying. Motion would be to receive, adopt, send to DPW.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? From Councilor McGee, McGivern, Murphy, and Tallman, order that the hourly wage for reserve officers be raised from the current $14.95 an hour. We didn't come up with a number, but said we'd take it up in finance.
Send to finance.
Finance.
Motion is received, referred to finance. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Councilor McGee, order that the tax collector and assessor come before.
Here, Mr. President.
Yep.
I'm sorry, I heard it and I fell asleep. On the hourly wage, could we refer that to ordinance?
Ordinance.
Because the
Okay,
time of year,
sure.
that needs to be put in ordinance form. That's like barely minimum wage, and police reserve officers, when they don't work as much, but they do the same work as a police officer.
Yep, so motion is to reconsider item 34.
Second.
All those in favor? All
Aye.
opposed? That's the one on hourly, $14.95. That's an hourly wage. Send it to ordinance.
Please.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 35.
President,
Councilor Leahy.
Councilor McGivern is one for the history. He just kind of reminded me when he said he fell asleep of a meeting that we had many years ago at Holyoke High School.
Jim McDermott.
I remember that. But that was a good evening.
That was a great evening.
Well, poor Councilor McDermott just got in from Florida on an airplane flight that was delayed and sent to Chicago. He was like in flight for, I think, like almost 24 hours. And he felt well. We'll leave it there, Jim, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
He did wake up to make the vote, though, didn't he?
Yeah, we did the wrong vote.
Oh, boy. All right, so 35 from Councilor McGee is that the collector and assessor come before the finance committee to discuss the excise tax with regards to companies like the tractor trailer, Amazon, etc.
Ty, can I be added onto that order?
Sure.
It's a good order.
Adding Councilor Leahy to finance. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 36 from Councilor McGivern.
Mr. President, if I could suspend the rules for 36, 37, and 38 as a package.
Second.
There's motion to suspend rules, take up 36, 37, and 38 as a package. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 36 is from the firefighters. $6,976.37 to injured on duty, of which that's 3. 37 is firefighters again, $9,097.70 to injured on duty. That would be the same number. And then the last one is for police sergeants and patrolmen, $10,943.13 to injured on duty, of which that is
6.
6.
So motion is receive, adopt, pass the first reading. Under discussion.
This is the becoming a routine vote that we take every meeting for accounting purposes. Injury on duty could be very temporary, like a weekend injury that is cleared up on Monday, and sometimes it's long-term. But this the reason we separate it out of the injured person gets their salary, but we don't want it to reflect as if we spent money on the actual services being provided. So for accounting purposes, we just take it out, and the auditor keeps it separate.
All right, so motion is to pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading.
Motion will be to pass the second reading. The clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for all 3.
Bartley,
Yes.
Rainey,
Yes.
Hernandez. Hernandez,
Councilor Hernandez, you're on mute.
Leahy.
Councilor Leahy?
Okay. LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
11 yeas.
With your vote, you approve those transfers. Item 39, from Councilor McGivern, order that they're hereby appropriate $100,000 from overlay to capital outlay city clerk.
If we could suspend our rules for the purpose of passing this evening and go to the first reading.
Motion is to
Second.
receive, adopt, pass the first reading. Under discussion.
Thank you,
Councilor
Mr. President. This is in response to an order filed by yourself, Mr. Tallman, and adopted by the full city council after listening to the city clerk about the conditions of our voting machines. It also is the source of the money is the overlay account. We did receive a communication back in April from our chief assessor, actually both our assessors, signing off on the use of this $100,000 in collaboration with the mayor's department, who put it in front of us after it was identified. The purpose is to replace much needed voting machines for our city clerk and for our all of our residents on voting day and to get up to speed with, I forget, Brenna told us how old these machines currently are, but they've served their purpose 3 times over, and it's time to get some new ones in. So because of the time of year and because of, I believe, this could be done before November, I'm not 100% sure. I asked that we consider passing it this evening.
Councilor Leahy.
Yeah, thank you, Councilor McGee. As Joe said, this is definitely for our city clerk, but more importantly, it's for all the residents of the city of Holyoke. I don't know if has anyone gone into a vote and there's been any issues. Sometimes it happens, but if we have new equipment, that won't happen, knock on wood. And I certainly think that we should all vote for this tonight. Short money for good return investment.
Councilor Bacon, is your hand up? Or, oh, okay, Councilor Bartley.
Yeah, is this thing? Yeah, it's on. I think it is. Would just remind me, just for spending it, ask the clerk, just because I just want to report back to my constituents. So, how many machines are we buying, and when can they? I know that there's only like one game in town, if I remember the last discussion, Brenna, as far as vendors are concerned. But how many machines will this affect, and then when do you think you can take delivery?
We're going to get 15 machines, so there'll be 14, one per precinct, and then we'll have one that will be technically considered a spare, but will also be used at the end of the night when we're compiling all the results. The law requires us to have a vote to use them 120 days prior to a state election, so it's looking like we won't be able to use them for the September 1st election. But if we get this moving, we should be able to have them up and running for the November election. And the good thing is what's included in the package is on-site training. Well, besides the on-site training, there's going to be on-site support for the first election that they're used. So if we were to use them for the presidential election for the first time, we would have people on site helping us in case we did run into any issues just with the learning curve. And we will have 2 training sessions for all the poll workers that will be using them as well. And that's all included in the package.
And then, when we say on site, at every polling location, or just?
No, I think there'll be maybe 1 or 2 that will float around the city. And if people are, poll workers are having any trouble, or they'll just go around like I do and visit all the polling locations and just make sure everything's running smoothly. Yeah, there won't be 14 support staff.
Yeah, that sounded crazy, but and they'll have proper identification, that sort of thing. It'll be very apparent that.
Yes. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, because I just think that's going to be a really hectic day, and then to add this to it with new machines, so it'll be good that that these people. And then just the last thing is the training sessions for the poll workers. Mm-hmm. Is that a paid training for them?
We don't usually do a paid training. It is something we've looked at. We just don't usually have the money to do it. I've reached out to other communities. Some do and some don't. Some just do a small stipend of maybe $20. Others don't do anything. Some do an hourly rate. So it's definitely something we can look at. We just need to make sure we have enough money for it.
And I had a little fib, but just how many? How are you doing for poll workers these days?
We have about, I think, 120 on the rolls. We had enough to staff for the special election. We keep putting advertisements out, on social media. We have something on the website saying that we're always accepting new applications. The Secretary of State's office actually put something on their website directing people that want to be poll workers to each individual city and town. So that was helpful as well. But unfortunately, we really haven't gotten that many new poll workers. So if anybody knows anybody that is interested, we can always take new people, especially going into a presidential election. We called each poll worker prior to the special election, just to answer any concerns that they might have had working an election that we just had. And most of their concerns were that we had all the proper PPE for them, and which we did. So I think that kind of helped keep a good amount of our poll workers on. And we definitely had some that didn't want to work, and that's totally understandable. And their safety is more important than having them work anyways. But we were able to fully staff all the polling locations with no problem. We, I think, only had one person that called out that day. So we really didn't have any issues, and I'm hoping it stays like that going into the fall elections as well. But like I said, if anybody knows anybody that's interested in being a poll worker, we are gladly always accepting new people.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
If there's no further questions or discussion, motion was to pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading.
Motion is to pass the second reading. The clerk will call a roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the transfer.
Bartley?
Yes.
Graney?
Yes.
Hernandez? Leahy?
Yes.
LeBron Martinez?
Yes.
Lisi?
Yep.
McGee?
Yes.
McGivern?
Yes.
Murphy?
Yes.
Sullivan?
Yes.
Tolman?
Yes.
Bacon?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Your vote, you approve the transfer.
Thank you,
40
everybody.
From Councilor McGivern. It's the Small Business Relief Partnership Grant.
We could suspend the rules to adopt this evening, and I'll explain why.
Motion is to suspend rules to receive, adopt, and pass the first reading. Under discussion, Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. Being the, not just the fact that it's the last meeting of the year, but this particular grant is from the Attorney General, and it's going to a relief for small business. And the reason I asked to pass it this evening is because it's part of monies that are coming in to help out small business during the COVID emergency and what's happening to many of them who have been closed or just starting to reopen, and to give them some relief in a number of different areas as they start to reopen. Now, this particular money comes from the Attorney General. Marcus Marrero gave us a breakdown in this. I'm sorry, gave me a breakdown, but I'd like to pass it on. The $500,000 is not a lot of money. It's the only money they expect to come from the Attorney General. Our portion is $35,000. So what they're going to do with it is, as I think we know, and I think it was part of what we passed earlier this evening, is the block grant monies, federal government block grant monies for COVID include some monies to help out small businesses, but to qualify, they have to be low-income owned small businesses. This would up the ante to allow for any small business to apply. That grant is being administered both through the block grant, through the Community Development Office itself, but also in collaboration with the Chamber of Commerce. There is a committee that works on it, and a number of things that it helps pay for is, personnel, employees, rent, mortgage, buying equipment, and things that are necessary like plexiglass and so on. So some of those are just some of the items of relief that these grants help pay for. Marcus hopes and anticipates more money coming through the state, funneled down through the federal government, but those monies are not here yet, and this could be put to immediate use. He estimates that they will, the lowest award that they will give out would be about $1,000, with the highest so far with the block grant monies hasn't gone over $8,000, and it kind of makes sense as to what's going on out there. So because of the times and the need, I asked that we pass this evening.
Any questions for Councilor McGivern on the grant? Councilor Bartley, your hands up, or is that from before? Or
My hand's up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just through the chair to the finance chair. So who's administering this in the city, and how do people apply?
It's in collaboration through the city. It came in through the Marcus Marrero, Economic Development Department itself. The mayor accepted it. We've already got a program set up through community block grant monies that's in collaboration with the Chamber of Commerce, and that's the gist of it, Councilor Bartley.
So how do people apply? Just to the Chamber of Commerce or to OPED?
There are, not 100% sure, but I know there are applications online, and they could do it through the Chamber of Commerce or through OCD itself.
Is this a case where we, like the Bar Foundation, where we already have the money?
I'm not going to answer that, Mr. President.
Well, let me rephrase it. Do we already have the money?
It's a grant that we've been accepted from the Attorney General pending the vote of the City Council and the approval of the mayor to receive the money, and more important, to expend it. It cannot be expended until our vote takes place and the mayor signed off, but until our vote takes place.
So it sounds like the Bar Foundation, we already have the money. Thank you.
Councilor Tallman, then Councilor Sullivan, Councilor Leahy, I saw your hand up.
Yeah, to the president, the chairman, Joe, you mentioned 35,000. Is that the city's match, and where's that coming from?
Thank you, Councilor Tallman. There's no match. It's
no match.
Straight $35,000. Marcus explained, we just, because we already have everything set up through Alicia and using the Chamber of Commerce, I think they're using them more for referrals, but it just makes sense that, we take $35,000 and funnel it in. But again, it opens up to, businesses that with block grant monies have to be low income ownership. And whereas this one, it can be across the board to any small business.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Sullivan.
Yes, thank you. I can help Councilor Bartley with the question he asked and maybe clear a few things up for the rest of the council as well. In discussions with the treasurer, I did find out that it's not at all unusual for grant money to come in before we accept it. It actually happens quite frequently. When it does, it goes into a special account and just sits there, and it can't be used. Nobody can do anything with it until it's actually accepted by the council. So that's not unusual. What I do think is strange, when one like this one here, we know we've received the money. The fact that this other one had come in and we were never even notified about it. So, but it is not an unusual practice for it to come in before the vote.
Councilor Leahy.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, Councilor Sullivan, my question was what happens when the money comes in, and Councilor Sullivan answered that. But as for the communication, it's pretty weak communication. I'm going to vote for this because of what Councilor McGivern said. It's to go to all the different businesses. I mean, the last grant, not all the businesses could apply for. So I'm going to vote for this. Thank you.
Councilor Graney, I heard you. Councilor Graney?
Yes, through the chair to Councilor McGivern, who selects the recipients of the grant and what's the criteria?
The criteria, Councilor Graney, is small businesses that are suffering from the COVID virus emergency, whether they were closed or whether they have expenses such as buying plexiglass to protect their customers and protect their workers when people now come into the businesses. It could be to help them pay rent or mortgage because they had no revenue coming in during the shutdown. It could be to help them pay their, like we know the federal government has been doing, protection of payroll itself. And so it's all the things that we've heard about and seen. It's just that this particular grant is coming from the Attorney General. The money, for whatever reason, $500,000 was freed up in the Attorney General's budget and felt that it would be put to some good use. Hoyoke qualified for one of these grants. Our qualification was $35,000. We know it's not a lot of money, but there's a lot of need out there, so it does go into the budget. The second part of your question, I'm not 100% sure, but when I was talking to Marcus, again, it's in collaboration with OCD, which means Alicia, and I think they've been using a screening committee. I'd have to double check that, but it's legit the way that they look it out. I have a lot of trust in Alicia. I have a lot of trust in Marcus Marrero. And if the referrals are coming from the Chamber of Commerce, I think we all know that they're legit referrals.
Thank you.
Councilor Bacon?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm wondering how a business that might not be a member of the chamber might be able to access the application process for this grant.
That's a good point, Councilor Bacon. I'm not sure, but again, I believe that, you know, OCD itself takes applications. It doesn't have to be to the chamber. And I apologize that I'm not can fully answer that, but I trust that you can do it directly through the office itself.
If there's some way that we could get a communication from somebody so that we could let our local businesses know where to go to apply for this, that would be very helpful.
Thank you. I will work on, if this passes or if it doesn't pass, whatever happens, I will work on that in the morning.
Thank you. I'm in support of this.
Councilor Tallman, you still have your hand up, or?
All set.
Okay. All right, so motion was to pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading.
Motion be to pass the second reading. The clerk will call a roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the grant.
Bartley,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
With your vote, you approve the grant. 41.
Motion
It's
to
the-
suspend the rules to receive and pass the first reading to purpose of adopting this evening.
Second.
So order that the council hereby accept the provisions of the Juvenile and Emerging Adults in Criminal Justice System Involvement Grant. Motion is to receive, adopt, pass the first reading. Under discussion, Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think members of the City Council recognize this. This is our third year of receiving this grant. I noted the first year we received it and did get an opinion, but I do like to say this on record. I am a probation officer, and this is in collaboration with probation, but it's juvenile court probation. I haven't worked in juvenile court since 1999, 2000. They make the referral, and this is the grant. I got all this information from Sergeant Hart, who administers this for the police department and for the city. It's a $50,000 grant, annual grant. There is no match from the city. Most of it is funneled through the city into the Boys and Girls Club for various programs that they offer. The after-school program and mentoring is the two big areas that the Boys and Girls Club use it. And the other is I believe we still call it the South Holyoke Initiative, but that's the initiative through the Sheriff's Department, who our good friend Ed Case has been running now for a number of years, not just with this money, but on a number of different scales itself. There are other leagues and stuff that the money is funneled into. A portion of the money is kept by the police department to administer it and to put a police officer, mostly used during the basketball games and different things that are run by later in the year by Mr. Case himself. The $50,000 is again annual with no match, and I think because it's an annual type grant, I asked that we vote on it this evening rather than waiting until August.
Councilor Late.
I'm going to vote for this, but I just do want to make it known that I am on the board of directors of the Holyoke Boys and Girls Club. Thank you.
Seeing no other discussion, motion was to pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading.
Motion is to pass the second reading. The clerk will call a roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the grant.
Bartley,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tolman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
With your vote, you approve the grant. 42 from Counselor Murphy, order that a raised sidewalk be installed between the gym building and Dean campus and the main
Refer
building.
to the Public Safety Committee.
Second.
Motion is to send to public safety. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 43 from Counselor Murphy, order that the tax collector order DPW superintendent provide the city council with an update of the fiscal 2019 unpaid property taxes and unpaid sewer fees as of July 1st, 2020. The list should include the addresses, total amounts still owed, the date of last payment for the account. In addition, please note the total of unpaid taxes of sewer bills and provide a comparison of those totals on July 1st, 2019 from prior fiscal year. Please provide the report to the City Council August 4th.
Make a motion to be adopted and refer
Motion is receive, adopt, send to
department heads.
tax collector, auditor, DPW. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 44 from Council Murphy, order that the Finance Committee meet with the mayor or his designee to provide a summary of all of the community host agreements currently in place with various marijuana businesses. Each summary should list each company and the date of signing contract, as well as report of any payments made to the city thus far. In addition, please provide a list of these companies for which the city is expected to finalize an agreement.
Mr. Chair, can I be added onto this order as well?
Absolutely.
Councilor.
Make a motion to be referred to the Finance Committee.
Second.
Comment.
Hold on a second. Councilor Leahy, adding Councilor McGee. And under discussion, Councilor Murphy.
Yeah, this is the second request. First time we did this was quite a while ago, and we actually sent it to the mayor's office, and we haven't got a reply. So I'd like it to go to the Finance Committee where we get somebody in and tell us. I know I just saw a report, I believe, from Northampton, where they gave a detailed report of all their community host agreements. I mean, I know of one and maybe two, but I got a feeling we've got a whole lot more than that out there, and it would be good to know what they are, when they potentially could start providing us some financial additional revenues to the city. So I appreciate Councilor Leahy and Councilor McGee signing on, and I do think we need to find this information out, and I don't know why it's been held from us.
Councilor Bacon, is your hand up? Or
yeah.
Yeah,
Thank
Councilor
you,
Bacon.
President. Can I be signed on to this order to Councilor Murphy?
Absolutely. Thank you.
And I would note that during our budget hearing with Planning and Economic Development, when I was asking about volume of permits and growth in the city, that was really the only area that cited growth. So it will be very interesting to see what is happening. Thank you for filing this.
Yeah.
Councilor Leahy.
Yeah, thank you. Once again, thank you for filing it. If somebody asks, how many marijuana companies do we have in the city of Blair now? I'm not sure if any of us could answer that. I don't know the answer to that, and I think we're making progress by your order. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So that is off to finance. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 45 from Councilor Murphy, order that the Public Safety Committee meet with the Director of the Board of Health and representatives of Health Center, including Darren Beek, if I said that correctly, as well as Jose Bo, and representatives from the school department to discuss any idea of improving the environment within the 4 lower neighborhoods where statistics indicate that the highest level of the most severe cases of asthma. Asthma has also negatively impacted school attendance. Where would you like this one to go?
Public safety, and if I could make a comment.
Sure. Councilor Murphy.
So again, and I got some information from Darren Beek, and he kind of gave me a whole map of various levels of asthma and throughout the city. And there's certainly, I would say, pretty much from Beach Street, maybe a little higher than Beach Street, maybe Oak or Linden or Locust, and then coming on down. We have about, according to that statistic, almost 1/4 have severe cases of asthma. And, I'd like to see what we can do. I know Louisville had similar issues and they did some of these things. I mean, I have no idea how you do a GPS on a asthma inhaler, but they do it, and they ended up being able to program or be more specific as to where they needed to address air quality to relieve some of the pressure. So, I mean, those are just some of the things they did. I'm hoping that there may be other things that we can discuss and really make some improvements in terms of the air quality in those neighborhoods and start to reduce the level of asthma.
Can I be signed on to that order, please?
Yes, you may. Thank you.
Councilor Martinez. Councilor Bacon, your hand is up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to make a comment that it's really disheartening to see that this statistic is still so high, because in years past, we thought a lot of the problems of the high incidence of asthma was attributed to the coal plant. And so now that that's been decommissioned for so long, clearly there's another root problem that is contributing to these high statistics. So it will be important to try to figure out what it is. Thank you.
Councilor Tallman.
Councilor Murphy, I'd be happy to sign on to this order with you.
You're glad to have you on it. Glad to have you.
Councilor Lisi.
I just wanted to sign on as well.
Absolutely.
One of the things that I understand about asthma as an asthmatic myself is that it's genetic, and so it's the triggers, right? So you're going to have, a prevalence towards, asthma, and then like if your asthma is actually aggravated by the environment around you. So the coal plant was probably contributing to it, I'm sure, given the density of housing, Oak Street and lower, there's probably, other indoor aggravators as well. So it would be great to get some more insight as to how we could help mitigate some of these things.
Thank you.
Actually, a study was done back in the 80s when they were trying to do the, this is when I got involved in a lot of the leadership in the South Holyoke area, that they were going to do the burning plant for the recycling. If Murphy remembers that, the study showed the, if you remember that, Murphy, that was part of what study they also did to find the already asthma situation, and opening that plant would have cost even more back then. And I remember there was a study that was back in the 90s, something around there.
All right, so to public safety, all those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 46 from Councilor Murphy, ordered that the auditor provide a report to the City Council on fiscal activities for each revolving account for fiscal year 2020. The report should include opening balance, expenditures, revenue received, and closing balance. Please have no later than the first meeting in September.
Motion be adopted, referred to the auditor.
Motion to receive, adopt, send to the auditor.
You wanted to go to finance?
You want to go to finance, have it set there, or just a report?
I was hoping to just get a full report to and then once we get it, then we could decide where, and
Justin, Todd, if I could, I think we get that already, don't we?
We usually get them when we have to vote on the revolving funds, but this would be good to have it prior to those, because sometimes we don't get it when the revolving account, when we have to reapprove it to go back. So this would be good to have it before that.
Yeah, I was just thinking, putting, extra work on our shoulders. Every time we have to vote on one, we get the report, we vote on it.
Well,
yeah, Councilor Murphy.
Yeah, if that's the case, then I don't want to create more work. What I'm trying to do though is get an annual report so that we got it. And I know there's, for example, the fire department has a revolving fund now for maintaining their buildings, and I'd like to be able to. And I know we're trying to work on the roof of Station 3 right now, and I'm hoping that, but there's also revenue revolving funds in the Parks Department and the building department. I'd like to just see where we go so that we, if in fact that's where we want to keep going, and see what the results have been. I mean, what are we spending money on, and what are we getting?
So the motion was to receive, adopt, and send to the auditor. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
All right, 47 from Counselor Murphy. Order that the city solicitor submit an opinion regarding liability under the following circumstances. After a snowstorm, a homeowner clears their sidewalk within 24 hours. However, a day or two later, the city plows the road again and brushes snow onto the sidewalk. Please advise as to who has the liability. Should someone get hurt on the sidewalk, is there a time limit for when the property owner must clear the sidewalk?
Make a motion
Motion
to
be
adopt and refer
received,
to city
sent to
solicitor.
legal.
Yep.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
48 from Council Murphy, order that the Park and Rec Director and Superintendent of DPW and the Parks Commission meet with DGNR Committee to discuss issues related to Ingleside Park. Some of the issues should be scheduled for regular maintenance, safety improvements on the stairs leading to the park, the potential to add new play equipment, planting more trees so that at least some of the park has more shade, and how to make the park more comfortable
Make a
for
motion
family
to
and children.
receive and refer to DGR.
Motion is received and sent to DGNR with a copy to those departments. All those in favor?
Aye.
Councilor Lisi, your hand's up. Sorry.
Just would like to be signed on to this with the maker's permission.
Absolutely.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 49 from Councilor Murphy, order that the council request the mayor to provide any needed funding to provide additional police coverage, especially during the second and third shifts, to deter the problems of fireworks in the area. It's become a serious quality of life issue.
I'll make a motion to be adopted and referred to the mayor and the police chief.
Motion is to receive, adopt, and send to the mayor and to the police.
And if I
Can I
could,
get signed on to that? Can I get signed on to that? Because I've got a lot of complaints from my constituents about that. Thank you.
I think we all sign on to it because it's a reward.
Sign me on.
Councilor
Sign me on.
Hernandez.
I would like to be signed on, please. My ward has a lot of problems with this.
Unanimous.
Yes.
I'll just put all.
Oh.
just, if I can't, just,
Yeah, Councilor Murphy.
I know at the budget hearing, the chief said he still had some money left over in overtime and a few other cases. So, I mean, I know Springfield just agreed to have additional patrols trying to pick up things. We just had a fire in Worcester yesterday, I believe yesterday or the day before yesterday, caused by fireworks. The fire chief has told us he's concerned about it. I mean, it's running rampant. We need to have a little extra. We need to not only stop them from doing it, we need to pick up the fireworks so that they don't start. I know Councilor Hernandez has had concerns where they go and they stop somebody, but they don't get the fireworks, and then they leave and the fireworks are going off an hour later. So, I mean, it's a quality of life issue. I've had people tell me, they're trying to sleep. They have to get up at 2 or 3 in the morning to get to work, and the fireworks are going off to 11, 12 o'clock at night. So I appreciate your support on this.
Nope. Thank you. So a motion was to receive, adopt, send to the mayor and the chief. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That is the end of the Murphy hour. Just kidding. Councilor Murphy.
Ongoing committee.
That's my bedtime too.
You beat me, Counselor. You beat me by 1. I was counting them up. All right. So agenda item 50 from Counselor Vacan, Counselor Graney, order that repair the sunken manhole cover at Homestead Ave southbound at the Meadowbrook, Sterling and Pinchin, and other needed to be corrected. They are safety hazard. So motion will be receive, adopt, send to DPW and Suez.
Mr. President, due to a recent communication from a resident on the other end of Homestead Avenue about the same problem, I would like to amend this to add the sunken manhole covers on Homestead Avenue to Cherry Street as well.
Second.
Thank you.
Mr.
And
President,
then receive, adopt, and refer to DPW and Suez.
And please have my name, Mr. President.
Okay, hold on a second.
Sure thing.
Mr. President,
Yeah, Counselor Graney.
Yeah, just to add to that situation, I've talked to several of the residents there. With the high volume of trailer truck traffic going down Olmsted Avenue, oftentimes the asphalt is being dug up too, and it's leaving pits, which has resulted in a couple of bicycle accidents where people have been injured. So somehow it's a big problem.
So with the amendment adding Counselor Bartley, motion was to receive, adopt, and send to DPW and Suez.
Yes.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 51 from Counselor Bacon and Counselor Graney, order that add a speed limit sign on Homestead northbound from Amazon. Request the DPW engineer evaluate the speed limit on Homestead to lower it to 30 due to many taking a left turn onto Homestead from the side streets.
And Mr. President, if I may say, I would like to amend this one as well to add the section of Homestead from 202 to Cherry Street as well for the same reasons. And to receive, adopt, and send to DPW, please.
Yeah, please add my name too, Mr. President.
Councilor Bartley.
All right, so amending it to add from 202 to Cherry Street as well. And then adding Counselor Bartley, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, and now it's to receive, adopt, or what was it again, Counselor Bacon?
Receive, adopt, and refer to DPW.
All right, the motion is to receive, adopt, and refer to DPW. All those in favor?
Aye.
What? Counselor McGivern, do you have a question or?
If I could, doesn't this have to be an ordinance change? Because the speed limit going towards the mall is 35 and we want to reduce it to 30. The other speed limit, I believe, is under the new rule because I don't think there's any signs up by the college.
Is it? Yeah, that's a good question. Is it to, if you're reducing it, didn't we reduce it all over, but then they could reduce it?
If it's posted, we have to reduce it ourselves. I mean, we have to vote on something that's posted. Homestead from the four corners to the mall is 35. I think by the college, I don't think I'm not sure if there's any posting up there.
Right,
Mr. President?
Counselor Bacon first, then Counselor Graney. Counselor Bacon?
So the issue that the constituents are bringing forth is excessive speed. I wrote the order to ask for an evaluation by the engineer because Councilor McGivern is correct that if we're going to change it, it has to be by ordinance. However, if they do an evaluation, sometimes the cure doesn't help the problem that the people are having. So I wanted to seek an evaluation from them before I filed an order and put it into order.
I apologize. I understand now. I misread it.
Counselor Graney?
Yeah, Mr. President, I could not locate a speed limit sign going from Amazon heading north.
Correct.
The only speeding sign is at McMahon School when it turns into a 20 blinking sign when school is in session. But there is no speed limit sign going that way.
If you look in the Whiting's property in the woods, you'll find it.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
All right, so the motion was to receive, adopt, send to the DPW/engineer. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 52 from Counselor Bacon that the no outlet sign on Dale Street be moved to the end of the street so tractor trailer trucks will not attempt to cut through. Motion is to
receive, adopt, and refer to DPW. I've learned what's happening in that area and also off of 202 to the side streets in Ward 3 street area that Crestwood goes through, which it does not. And then it tells them to turn around on these very small streets off of 202 if they miss the turn at 202. So that's creating a lot of heavy truck traffic on very small roads. So that's what we're trying to fix with the signage corrections. Thank you.
Okay, so motion is receive, adopt, send to DPW.
Yep.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 58 from Councilor Bartley, Councilor McGee. Order that each member shall be allowed a brief bio on the city webpage. The bio should include the following standard items: term of years, elected, re-elected, committee assignments, current and past, asterisk as for chair or vice chair, refer to city admin, of which Ryan did send out to each counselor. Motion would be receive, adopt. Councilor Bartley.
So moved.
Second.
And I do believe everyone got a email from Ryan on it. If you didn't, you should have. But anyways, motion is
Mr.
receive,
President, if I
adopt.
could,
If I can ask a question?
Hold on, Councilor McGivern and then Councilor Leahy.
thank you. I couldn't get my blue hand up quick enough. My mouse isn't working again. We got the email from Ryan. I think this is a great option for all of us, but more important for people to know, our constituents to know. But I have one concern, and could we just send a copy to the law department to give us what we cannot put on the website because of, when elections come along, there are certain things that we cannot advertise, and we have to be careful about.
Yeah, we can send it to legal and Wally Computer on space. I
It's just
guess
a
I don't
copy,
want
so we're safe next year when the
20-page bio, but we can ask them as well as to what the dynamics are, how much. But seeing how the motion is to receive, adopt, allow us to do a bio, we can always get updates as to what the standards are.
That's all, please.
Mr. President,
Councilor Graney.
is there any deadline on this, or is it just a working agreement?
Well, once we get the dynamics from legal and Wally Computer as to how much or how many, what we can get, we'll follow up. We'll have Ryan follow up with a breakdown of it.
Okay, thanks.
Councilor Leahy.
Thank you. So the first thing, I think I'm pretty jealous of Joe's chair there. It looks very comfy. And maybe that's why he goes on and on, because he's comfortable. Using a business chair. But I also think we should maybe go one step further, and maybe we should have a page where we have every city councilor going back to aldermen. So, if somebody was ever trying to do research, they can go to one page and click on, so-and-so from, 1957 or so. I think we should definitely keep our history going.
We can file a separate order for next time to then have that done. So do this one first and then file a separate order to then get the history added to. Would you like to do it that way?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, put my name on, Jim.
You put mine on there too, Jim. I like the year you mentioned too.
Is that your graduation day?
Actually, that's when Elvis was king and Eisenhower was president.
And Peter was born.
All right, so
maybe we could take all the pictures that are somewhere in City Hall and have them put on, a picture taken and put on the website.
True enough.
Hard.
I'd love to see those old photos up there from the 30s and 40s.
Right, so the motion is to receive, adopt, and then we'll get updates on how much. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? We do have some late files. Late file from Councilor Bacon, order that Suez repair the drain on Ernst Lane, one marked with a barrel and one marked with a cone for 2 years. Motion would be receive, adopt, refer to DPW and Suez.
If we could, I'd appreciate it.
Yep.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
B is a communication from the mayor, subject to your approval in accordance to Chapter 18, Article 3. I hereby appoint the following individual to the Hoyoke Historic District Commission effective January 30th, 2020. Darcy Lambert of 39 Fairfield Ave. It'll be a 3-year term that expires June 30th, 2023. Send that to public service.
Public service.
What was the start date on that?
Yeah, I think it was effective January 30th, 2020.
Yeah, that must be the term date.
Yeah, I think they can correct that in public service. So it's public service. All those in favor, all those opposed. C is an email from Crystal from legal. The Finance Committee asked to provide the additional information on behalf of financial transfers that were requested for special counsel. Could you please forward this as a late communication? And it's a breakdown for each attorney and what they then been paid. So send that to finance.
We could receive, sent to finance. I hope everybody got a copy of this. I failed to mention it earlier when we voted on the transfer. I apologize for that, but this was asked in committee and it was forwarded by email. I know what I looked at, it looks like everybody was copied.
I got it.
All right, so off to finance. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? D is from Crystal Barnes again. This is a letter with regards to the open meeting law complaint received by the council. This would go to DGNR because that's where we sent the other one.
So moved.
Right. All those in
Can
favor?
I get a copy of that? I don't have one.
All right, well, make sure we have a copy sent to everybody.
Mr. President.
Yep. Councilor McGivern?
Has this response been, I know we discussed this, but we need to vote on it, I believe, but has this response been sent and do we have a timetable of when we have to respond to the complaint?
This was sent to the Office of the Attorney General, Division of Open Government, 1 Ashburton Place, which I do believe was in the time limit, of which this is what was requested at the last meeting, that there be something written by the legal department and then it would be referred over to DGNR.
Right. So if that is the response to the complaint, it hasn't been reviewed by committee and it hasn't been seen by me yet. So we're a little ahead of ourselves, I think, in the process.
Yeah, well, this will be sent to everyone and then to committee. Up, Crystal's raising her hand, so motion is suspend rules, allow Crystal to speak. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Crystal?
That has not yet been sent to the Attorney General. If you all got my email, it was to ask for comments, questions, concerns, etc. Councilor Bacon, you get your own letter for that. So, I mean, if you want to make comments to what's responding to the Attorney General, you certainly can, but it's a response to your complaint. So I think it should come from the rest of the council. So it has not yet been actually sent. We only have, I believe, 14 business days to respond. So the deadline is certainly ticking.
Mr. President, if I may?
Yep. Councilor
On a point of order, there is a deadline, but an extension can be requested. And the intention is to come to a resolution on the matter, which I think some steps have been taken so far. So the goal is to come to resolution on the matter and resolve it. And it only has to be sent to the Attorney General if we don't resolve it to further the complaint. If it's resolved, then the resolution gets sent to the Attorney General. Thank you.
Okay, Councilor McGivern.
I think my thoughts or my questions have been answered. I think in order to send the letter to the Attorney General, we have to vote on it, to endorse it. I know we discussed it, and Crystal did give us a chance to comment on what she put together after the discussion. But I think we do have to review this and talk about some of these issues that we are working towards until we get out of this Zoom business itself, right. You know, because it's not cut and dry with this stuff about protocol and right. Putting Zoom meetings on the agenda, because it doesn't do everything that Councilor Bacon has pointed out we need to do. We can't invite 100 people into a meeting in Zoom, and when they come into a meeting, they go into the what do you call it, Ryan? The living room or
waiting room? Waiting room.
Waiting room. You know?
The living room.
You can't hear anything in the waiting room. You know, which is the sad part. That's why if a person doesn't have the local access channel, cannot have their iPhone or on a laptop, you know, get into Zoom. And I know on the website they can see the meetings immediately the next day, but you know, we're taking good steps, but we're not there 100%.
Right. So it's in DGR, so that
send this to DGNR.
As long as we're all happy, I just want to point it out.
Councilor Leahy.
Yeah, thank you. I won't be voting for this to go any further. I mean, it's a pandemic, as I said a couple meetings ago. We're all on a learning stage. We're all trying to learn the Zoom. We're all trying to do things virtually. Whether people are happy or not happy, it is what it is. We're trying. I believe that we're all trying the best we can. We're doing what we can do. That's it.
Crystal, your hand was still up. I didn't know if you had something.
Yeah. Statutorily, we have to respond. I don't want to sit on this and have an appeal or something of that sort. We really do need to respond to this, whether it's resolved or not. I need to make sure my ducks are in a row. And I don't want this to just sit because we're still discussing it. I'd like to stay within our deadline.
So what do you need, Crystal?
It's 14 business days after our discussion. So I believe that was at the last council meeting. So, I mean, we're looking at maybe a week left in that timeline. I'd have to count on a calendar, but.
Do we have to file for an extension because it's in committee being discussed?
I mean, I'd prefer not to.
But you can.
Right, but I also have many other things on my plate. This is drafted and done. I'd like comments, concerns, et cetera. I'd like it to go to the Attorney General's office and be done.
So I know there was something else sent to DGNR that was time sensitive. Maybe this could go there as well, and the chair could take this one up as well. So with that, Councilor Lisi's hands up.
Thanks. I was just going to say, if it's not going to be able to be taken up in DGR quickly, perhaps we could put it on our meeting for the 22nd as a short special meeting agenda item in advance of the budget hearing.
Would that work?
Nothing short about budget hearings.
Yeah, it's for the budget hearing. That's true. Motion to suspend the rules to allow the clerk to speak.
Second.
All those in favor, all opposed?
I just have a quick question for Crystal. Crystal, since this complaint was directed towards 3 individuals, wouldn't it be up to the 3 individuals to decide, like, if we're okay with your response on our behalf?
I think that the complaint, the way it was worded, has multiple allegations, and I think some of them were directed at the council as a whole. So the response is back from the council as a whole, at least to me.
But the council as a whole wasn't listed in the complaint. It was just 3 people.
Right, but then the allegations targeted the entire council. It's worded oddly. But I know what you're saying.
Okay, that's all.
Councilor McGivern.
I think the complaint was worded correctly, but 3 individuals cannot act unilaterally without the council's vote itself. It was the council who voted to do everything that's in the complaint. So Councilor Bacon's complaint includes herself. It's the city council that has to respond. That's why I thank Crystal for drafting the letter and listening to our discussion, but I don't know if we've completed our discussion. I would just make a motion to adopt and send the letter, but I'm not sure if everybody's comfortable with that. It seems like we need more discussion. I'm not too sure how to get there.
All right, so let's send it to DGNR because that's where the other one was. If we have to file an extension, I understand constraints in other departments, but that's where we're at right now.
Make a motion refer to DGR and that we do file an extension.
Yep.
Second.
So motion is that we send this to DGNR and the request for an extension to allow the committee to see the letter and then alternately come out with a final filing. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? All right. E is from Councilor McGee. Or that the fire department and or DPW install the AED machines in City Hall. The installation should be done within the next 2 weeks. Or report provided to the city council as to the reason why it can't be installed in a timely fashion. That came from a meeting the other night. Councilor Murphy.
Yeah, and I've had, I know the Board of Health, I think Debbie, the nurse, had brought this up to my attention in October. I filed a request in November. I talked to the fire chief. They were ready to do it. I asked the mayor and the personnel director, and they said they're going to get to it. There's a small fee, and as I understand it, it's not just in City Hall. It's like could have them almost in every building, but we aren't doing anything with it. They're not in use at all. So I appreciate your order, and it's following up, and it's something that could save somebody's life, and with relatively little training. So I mean, I would think they would get moving on it, but I'm not sure with COVID now what's going to happen with that.
Well, they can provide a report. Obviously, there was some discussion as to, no one wanted to take the lead, so we'll ask someone to take the lead.
Yeah.
So motion is to receive and send to DPW, to fire department and DPW with a copy to public safety.
Second.
And you want to go to the personnel director too, because right now he's the one that's in charge.
All right, and adding personnel director. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Last one is from Councilor Leahy, Councilor McGee. Order that the DPW install a light on the American flag at Highland Park. And I know there's some emails back and forth, maybe to adjust the light or fix the light.
Well,
that came in.
We got a letter today. We got an email late today saying that the gas and electric doesn't have a light near there. So I think we should sit to committee and have gas and electric and the parks come in and discuss.
So what committee would you like, Councilor?
Public safety.
Public safety. Okay, so this would go to public safety. All those in favor? Councilor Tallman. Sorry, Councilor Tallman.
Could I be added onto that order? I didn't get a chance to get that over to Irma. Or, I think I filed something about 10 years ago. We deliver in that area, and a couple of constituents in that area, Waldo, Allen Street, were saying that the flag was up with no light. There was talk about putting a light in the ground, but I don't think they ever did. It was something about shining a light from the street, I believe, a street light towards it. But I think that's something that we can look at.
Okay. Adding Councilor Tallman. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Councilor Graney?
What? No, I just said yes. Aye.
Okay.
Aye, sir. Aye, sir.
Not to end on a sad note, but I did reach out to the councilor during the meeting because of something happened with the family. And I didn't want to bring it up unless I was told I could. And it was Councilor Bo Martinez had a loss in her family. A cousin of hers passed away. I was going to ask for a moment of silence when we found out about Councilor Anderson Burgos's issue. And Councilor Bo Martinez just responded back saying she would appreciate that. So I don't want to end on a sad note, but a member of our team has lost a family member. So I'd ask for a moment of silence for her and her family.
So moved.
Thank you. With that, there are no other items on the agenda, no more late files. Motion is to adjourn.
Adjourn.
All those in favor? All those opposed? Have a great night, everyone.
Great night.
Bye, everybody.
See ya.
Bye.